and investment. This follows a meeting between President William Ruto and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in London on Tuesday. The new pact, which builds on the 2020-2025 framework, is also expected to spark growth in the information and communication technology sector. President Ruto hailed the continued cooperation between the two nations in promoting regional peace, security and defense.
Kenya enjoys very long-standing economic partnership with the United Kingdom, which we have renewed this morning under the UK-Kenya Strategic Partnership 2025-2030 collaboration for 5 more years to boost investment, competitiveness in trade, climate, technology and security. This high-level investment forum is designed to showcase opportunities in key sectors including infrastructure, digital services, clean energy and agro-industrial value chains.
The state has filed a fresh application seeking to detain technician Kevin Mutisia Mutava for 5 more days of allegations of tampering with CCTV footage linked to the death of Albert Ojwang, who died in police custody at Nairobi Central Police Station. Mutava appeared before Magistrate Gideon Oenga at the Kahawa Law Courts on Tuesday, accompanied by lawyer Eza Nguno, who represents co-accused Brian Mwaniki Njue. According to the prosecution, the application aims to allow investigators more time to complete ongoing inquiries. ODM party lawmakers are now accusing DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua of disrespecting their leader Raila Odinga. Addressing a press conference on Tuesday, the leaders said Gachagua's remarks against their leader are demeaning and aimed at fueling tribal tension in the country. Led by Raraka MP TJ Kajwang, the MP said the former deputy president appears to be in denial after being ousted from power last year.
Regarding Gachagua, I think he must be having issues that are arising directly from his impeachment. He needs to deal with the fact that he is a person who cannot hold public office ever. He is going around mobilizing and radicalizing his kinmen, or so he thinks.
The leaders asked Gachagua to respect Odinga and stop spreading rumors that the Mount Kenya region has been marginalized by President William Ruto's government.
So he has no profile to speak about Raila.
There are 8 people from the Mount Kenya region serving in cabinet of President William Samoei Ruto. If Gachagua and his ilk believe that this government is as rotten as they would want the nation to believe, why are they not asking these 8 to resign from that government? That is the highest level of hypocrisy ever seen in this country. And number 2, why are these 8 people very quiet when the government that they serve in is under attack?
83% of last year's KCSE candidates who qualified for university and college placements will secure spots this September. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba said 194,000 out of 244,000 qualified students have been placed, with nursing, teaching and agriculture among the most popular courses. Ogamba said applications are still open for those yet to apply.
The public universities are receiving approximately 90% of the students who have been placed. That is a total of 162,252. And about 17,873 are going to private universities. The students who actually scored C+ and above, we have 7,640 who elected to go to TVET institutions instead of universities.
Jihadist fighters have launched a series of simultaneous attacks on military posts across numerous towns in Mali, the 3rd major assault on the army over the last month. Mali's army said it repelled Tuesday morning's attacks, allegedly neutralizing more than 80 militants without saying if there were any other casualties. However, Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin, an Al-Qaeda-linked group who said it was behind the attacks, said it had taken control of 3 army barracks. For more than a decade, Mali has been racked by a deadly Islamic insurgency as well as attacks from separatist movements. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dabdabina kama William Samuel Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
It's actually Wednesday. Let's take a look at what's going on the streets today. Not much coming off of the Thika Superhighway, not right now. Going towards the Pangani underpass, we'll see some movement as then you get into the CBD. Apart from that, nothing much happening. It's cold. You're going to need your fog lights up as you go out west because the fog is actually pretty low. Going to keep an eye on things as we get into Wednesday proper, over the hump and into the rest of the week. And we'll talk and keep things moving, won't we? SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Good morning. At 12 minutes after 6 o'clock. It is Wednesday. It's hump day.
Hump day.
What does that mean?
It's just a hump day. Gugu.
HUMP.
Yes. So it's not the one that you're actually thinking about.
No, I was not thinking about it. No, my innocent mind.
The one that it actually is so it's like you're getting over this is like the peak of the week. So you're getting over the hump and then down through into the rest of the week. Mm-hmm. Do you understand?
Yes, I do now.
Ask him the Kenyan way. Understandanga? Understandanga?
Hey, what are those?
Yeah.
So clearly, you, Dennis Aseto, excuse me, what?
Mm-hmm. It's cold.
In this studio, it's like the Arctic Circle. So you, Dennis Aseto,
me,
Dennis Okari,
I'm good,
and then Lydiah Maina. Mm-hmm. You people decided that you're going to wear suits and tie. It's me that's looking like Wagonia.
When you see him to dress like that, you know it's cold.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty chilly. Lydiah's looking lovely in baby blue.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks baby blue is supposed to go with you.
No, we said yesterday we'll bring them one by one.
Roll
call. Who do we start
Lydiah, come and say hi to people, please. I beg you. Just come and sit here and say good morning to people. She said no.
Can I go drag her in here?
She said no. I'm telling you, the day will come.
Raniar.
Mm-hmm.
The day will come when you.
Who else is there?
Raniar.
Raniar is there, but we'll bring them, don't worry. Just so that you know that they're there. Well, good morning, everybody. Are you well?
I'm good. Couldn't be better.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a long week. For some strange reason, the week is not moving as fast as the other weeks. Yeah.
It's pretty.
Yeah. It's Wednesday. I was thinking it's Thursday. I'm like, can't wait for the week to just end.
Oh, you want it to be Thursday?
Yes.
How about we start there?
Yeah.
It's been a slow one, but I'm glad that you guys are well and that we're getting into it. So yeah, it's said it's gonna be one of the coldest seasons ever recorded over the last I think it was 10 years.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes, it's gonna be really cold. So if you think you're cold now, if
Who's
you
your source?
think you're lonely now, sorry.
International Weather Station.
No, this is a very strange opening. You said it's hump day.
Yeah.
It's very cold.
Yeah.
And you're singing lonely songs.
You don't
still
worry.
Stuck there. It's okay.
You just don't worry.
Interesting. And Aseto has a purple suit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys didn't tell me what's happening. Is it because I slept early yesterday?
No, he's
okay,
chairman
sorry.
of something.
Yeah. Mwenyekiti.
The chairman who wear purple suits. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I was a witness to something this morning. I didn't want to talk about it, but I think I will. We agreed a few weeks ago, no sugar in our tea or coffee.
It's because it's cold.
The amount of sugar is so you dump.
No, it was 2 spoons. Hey, Jamini.
2 large spoons of sugar in your... What was that?
It's because it's cold. It was coffee.
It was
But it's Arabica. No.
Black.
It was
It's
what?
like proper the thick stuff.
Like syrup.
Yeah.
For a second, I was like, what are you drinking this morning?
I needed to wake up.
I've done now a month plus, no sugar.
My resolve, people.
Please, don't backslide. Please, don't
I need
backslide.
to stay on the straight and narrow.
Yes, please do.
Okay. You see, that's why you're here. To keep me righteous. Yeah.
So tomorrow, no sugar.
Yeah.
Moving forward. At least I do have a spoon, so...
Sawa basi.
Aseto, you are allowed to take 3 spoons, 4 spoons. When you start climbing stairs and you're feeling something on your knees, hey.
That's when now you stop.
That's when you know, I need to cut sugar, I need to cut salt,
and I need to exercise more. Okay.
It is Wednesday. And we will have some conversations today. Let me tell you what those are. Guys, if you're just walking, getting into the Situation Room this morning, Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you today. And we'll have some conversations today. I'll let you know who those will be with and the things that we will be discussing. At 7 a.m., Dr. Martin Olo, who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, will be talking about this controversial demonstration bill. There are certain things that have been placed. Now, Cabinet Secretary, former Mbere North MP, Geoffrey Ruku, had actually put before Parliament a bill that was going to essentially see that those who would be found as the originators or perpetrators, as they call them, of demonstrations, would then have to face a jail term or be fined. Since he then became a cabinet secretary, that was not taken up. Now, as we see the recent events, we then have the likes of one Esther Passaris and others who are then now putting their weight behind this bill. And we're asking the question today, what this portends and essentially what it would or could mean. And so Martin Lowe joins us with that and says a step towards order or an attack on freedoms. Let's look at what the bill says and let's look at what it would potentially mean as we step into those conversations. So Martin Lowe joins us at 7. At 8 o'clock, we'll talk with you again. We realized something, didn't we? That folks have a lot to say. And we'll let you know around what areas we'll be having those discussions. A time for us to then speak, because the one who's silent usually suffers. Given opportunity to speak, take it. And so we'll do that with you all at 8 o'clock. Justice David Maraga Emeritus was the Chief Justice of Kenya for his term. He is the one who at one point told former President Uhuru Kenyatta, "This is my recommendation, dissolve Parliament because you have failed to meet up to your expectations." This was before he left office. He is now running he has now declared his intention to run for the president in the next general election. He will join us at 9 a.m. We'll look at the state of the nation. We'll talk about his intentions, and we'll look at the possibility of alternate leadership, whether that is something that flies for Kenya. So those are the conversations that we'll have today. Welcome to the Situation Room. And as we get into things this morning, always glad that you're with us today to then be able to go ahead and do that. We went to Burundi this week. What's today's proverb?
Today's proverb from Burundi, but before we get to that, there is just a little bit of history about Burundi. So now, in 1962, it gains its independence from Belgium. And like Rwanda, Burundi has experienced ethnic tensions and civil conflicts, particularly between the Hutus and Tutsis. These, if you put in mind that they're just neighbors with Rwanda. And in 1966, after the monarchy was overthrown, it became a republic. And today, when the drum sounds, it's not for one person.
When the drum sounds, it's not for one person. Indeed. Yeah, it's true. It's a sound. It's there for everybody. You can decide to dance or sit still, but it's not for want of not hearing the beat. Yeah. You can't hide it.
Can't hide
the sound either. It's for everybody.
When the drum sounds,
it's not for one person.
It's not for one person. That's a deep one today. I was trying to think how I can relate it to what's going on in the country. And especially with the things going on in Parliament. So my interpretation will be skewed towards what we're currently seeing in the country. That idea of, if it's not affecting me, why should I care? And you don't take any action because you can hear the sound, but you're like, it doesn't affect me. Well, at some point, the echo of that sound is going to affect somebody closer to you, or down the line, the next generation from you is going to get affected by it. So, yeah.
This is very interesting, because last week we were having a conversation about Iran and Israel, and the week before that we talked about Iran and Israel as well. And there were some comments and people were saying, why are you discussing about the Gulf and what does it have to do with us when we have other issues to discuss? No sooner than the number of Kenyans who were stuck in Qatar, who were stuck in Dubai, who were stuck and could not travel because the airspace essentially had been shut down. And then I said to myself, and here we were, the drum was beating, but we said, not my party, not my dance. Why are we discussing it and why is it important? And then people's families were stuck for 24 to 48 hours. And then we wondered, that drum was beating, but I said I wasn't going to dance. See?
And I think one thing that is yet to come is the fact that Iran blocked one of the key major ways that transports fuel to the rest of the country, to the rest of the world, including Kenya. So we expect in the coming few months, fuel prices will shoot.
And we're asking ourselves, why are we having the discussion between Iran and Israel?
It will, at some point of fact. My sisters were traveling through Dubai to India, and they had a 19-hour layover in Dubai. All of a sudden, the airspace is being shut down. So I have a picture here where you have so many flights delayed, cancelled, delayed, get closed, delayed, all from Emirates to all these other, airlines, Fly Dubai, Raniar, and all that. And then suddenly, I'm thinking, wait a minute, I couldn't actually sleep. We're like, guys, what time is your boarding time? Is it in 1 hour? Yes, 1 hour. 1 hour has never felt that long. Because again, the story that was coming out is also UAE is going to shut its airspace. And all this is so detached from the rest of us when you're thinking, why Iran, Israel, why should I care? Then all of a sudden, it starts affecting people close to you. So
I think another thing that, with regard to this proverb, is the warning that is being sent is not just for an individual. We just don't really seem to listen. And you look at it in terms of even the bill that has been put in Parliament right now. It is a warning. You know why? Because now they're saying we have to protect ourselves. But when it comes to that time when you need that opportunity, you closed that door.
Yep, you did. And I just can't say enough that when we have discourse about certain things and we realize that sometimes, not my forest, not my monkeys, it is your forest, my sister, my brother, you're right there. So this drum is beating. You can't but dance. You have to at some point, not even by choice, but maybe by responsibility. Okay, so guys, I see that you guys all in the room. Very, very good morning to you. So we're taking greetings, as you say, and we're just recognizing you that you're here. And that you're joining us in the room this morning. Very good morning to everybody who always tunes in. And even for folks, it's nice because this week we've seen some people coming in on socials and commenting that never did before. And just to have that, we widen and broaden this conversation. And we see that sometimes it actually does get quite something in the comment section. But hey, that's what discourse is all about, is it not? Desmond, good morning. Asante Sana, we see you. Of course, information when we get it, we'll definitely share it. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Nairobi. Abere Bethwell says, tuned in from Kilifi. Ndu, did I hear that Kenya raised $1 billion in taxes while most people were languishing in poverty? It was like a miracle. Remember we had the tax experts here, and they said, you guys, wait and see. In a month, you'll be very surprised how much the Revenue Authority will then be able to raise, and they'll be able to meet that shortfall in a very short period of time. So you wonder what exactly happened and how are they able to do it so quickly in 30 days. Well, there we go. Chief Bond says, good morning, DND. Looking forward to the conversations. Thank you so much. You're tuned in from Mirema. Boangi Juma, bonjour à tous les auditeurs de SpiceFM. Good morning to you. You said you wish you can speak French. Start learning. Say bonjour.
Bonjour. I know.
Okay. Which one is simple now? Do I help
bonjour
you?
à toi.
À toi, à tu, yes.
Okay. À toi.
Tu, à toi is, but you say toi to somebody that you are familiar with. But if it is somebody that is older than you or somebody that you're not so familiar with, you say à vous, because it's more formal.
Okay.
Right? So, and even tu, toi is like you, or to you, tu and vous are both you. Vous is used for the plural and also the more formal and the more respectful. But two is for the person that, just one person or somebody that you're used to.
Spanish is easier.
Spanish and French are actually very similar languages.
Really? Spanish
very
is very
similar.
Close to kissy.
I now understand why it's easy.
No, I'm serious. Spanish and kissy, they're like, yeah.
Wakire.
You see? Wakire sounds
Wakire
Spanish.
we are.
No, serious. Wakire. It sounds Spanish,
Oh my God.
Do you also get the pitch? Okari.
Yeah, Spanish has a pitch.
Yeah.
So it's kissy, it has a pitch.
Wow.
Oh, are you asking me whether I have a pitch?
You get that pitch?
No, my mom said she ate a lot of lemons.
Oh, this is why the thing is like this.
Yeah.
Broke your voice earlier. It's okay.
French lesson number 2 comes up tomorrow, so my bill will be in the mail. Good morning, guys. It's Eric War. Kennedy Kinyanjui tuned in day 2 of the month, and we thank God for everything. Indeed, in all things, we give thanks. And Gore, good morning. Tuned in. Asante Sana. And Kimathi says, Habari Leo Spice FM family, the place of transparency, accountability, and 100% honesty. Ujima na Ubuntu. It's not Ujama.
Ujama.
So,
Yeah.
Sarah Kilonso says, good morning, Spice. The Realist says, today's lineup, we've given it to you, bro. Paul Olota says, your intro should be played before elections. I know, shouldn't it just? Good morning, Team Spice. I'm tuned in, says Jose Mahinda. Yesterday's lineup was so good, says Wangoi. And we keep it moving. I'm telling you, Lydiah did some magic. So flowers to you, my sister. Chef's kiss. Karaja Jehia says, good morning. The DCI boss misinterpreted on perjury. CUSP still frustrating 50k plus Kenyans. Autopsies for protest victims still pending. I know, it's sad that you don't have to look very far for a lot of things that seem to be going down. Kavoy Felix says, good morning. Agola, good morning, sister. And then Dr. Venvik is tuned in this morning from Tudor. Michael Olanda is tuned in from the land of 1,000 hills. My prince, good morning, Spice. Peter Schroll, a German author, said, if you take if you take half of Calcutta in your country, you don't help Calcutta. You become Calcutta. UDA government has become Calcutta. Sour. Ian says Meru's in the house. Meru. Kisa Daniel is tuned in this morning and says, God bless Spice. God bless Chacha Mwita, the judge. Carol Nyabura says, good morning, everybody. Now Apenda Sana. Wishing you a wonderful day, Carol. Good morning, Team Spice. When did public participation take place for all these deals being signed? That's a good question, Tibbs. Onganyi Malala says, hello, Ndu, Lydia, and Dennis Squared. I like yesterday's discussion. Continue with the good work. Thank you so much. Atticus now is greeting us singularly. Good morning, Ndu. Good morning. Good morning, Aseto.
Good morning.
Good morning, Okari.
Good morning.
Thank you. Carol, you're being thanked for the love that you give every day, and I think that's great. Absolutely. Young Jedi says, good morning, team. Mkopoa. Tuko salama. Have a blessed day. Thank you so much. Anything lately says, good morning, D&D from scorching Shanghai. Pole kwa baridi. I know, you're into monsoon season, aren't you, on that side of the woods? I know, Atticus, I promise, no sugar. No sugar. We get it. All right, Kidogo too. No. I'm sweet enough. Okay. Maida says, team, for the love of God, please tell us where CT is. Okay, Sawa, we will. Anything lately? We see you guys. Maxwell said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Zambia here. Asante Sana, thank you for tuning up every day. Hesbon Sidon says, good morning, Dees and Ndu. When people say 2-term, 1-term, and no term, what are we saying? Okay, that's a good question. Okari can be a good president.
Me?
Okari. can
be a good president.
Yeah.
I felt shivers.
You did. You felt something.
President?
Yes. Okari for president.
Watasema siuanze na MCA.
Start somewhere.
Oh, but I'm really flattered.
Oh, there you go.
I'm really flattered.
Muzoya Fiaka says, good morning. If they restrict demonstrations, the same should be done for campaigns, isn't it though? Good morning, my team. Spice, always happy to be here and always happy to have you in the room. Stanley Ngashi, thank you so much. Also, Paris Mudhoni, good morning. Good morning. Albert Gisore also tuned in. Good morning from South Sudan. Nyakundi Emmanuel says, good morning, team. For the first time, we'll be having a presidential candidate who's not abusive, ready to manage our country well. Who's that? Techni says he's waiting for his crush. Who is that? Or crash. In this case, you said crash. Are you crashing into something? Sir Brian Mutego says, good morning, tuned in from Sotik. Abdullah Hussein is tuned in from Saku. Good morning from Estonia, says Misha. Good morning to you all around the world into the Situation Room. Tuning from Michigan is Abraham Kimeli. And just like that, I roll into Spice from South Carolina. I love it, Tralist. Tuflani, good morning, my favorite team. Good morning, Tuflani. How are you? Asante Sana. Atticus, I see you, bro. Asante Sana. Doreen Shamish says, good morning. Just wondering whether they found the missing title deed for State House that was missing. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Mm-hmm. If we didn't get to you, doesn't mean that we didn't see you. But so it's not the State House title that's missing. It's the Kenya National Examinations Council. Mm-hmm. Their title deed is missing, and they just happen to be a stone throw away from State House. Do with that information what you will. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, guys. Let's look into the headlines. Interesting for us and necessary for us to do so when we look at what is making news. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper. Blood money. Hush, hush. It's become routine, almost a ritual. The state pulls the trigger, then shows up with flowers and a fat check. No justice, no accountability, just blood on the pavement and a press release to clean it up. You are being gunned down in broad daylight. The government's response: waived hospital bills, token donations, revealing lack of respect for human life. Boniface Mwangi Karaoke was shot at point-blank range in the head during a protest against police brutality. He died 12 days later in the ICU. Government says it will waive his hospital bill. Albert Ojwang died in police custody. And before suspects were even charged, the government delivered a 3 million shilling condolence package, built his parents a house, and promised his widow a job. Blood money. That's the headline on the Standard. We'll look into more of that story. Bank ordered to refund Koinange family 284 million shillings. We saw that was going into court yesterday, and that is where we are. Fate of NGCDF, billions in hands of Senator after MPs approve bill. The Standard Group appoints Muita acting CEO. And governors seek 2 weeks to spend 40 billion shillings. That's an interesting headline. So please give us 2 weeks so we can spend 40 billion shillings in those 2 weeks. For what? We'll tell you in a bit. Judge summons Amin over missing blogger. Yesterday was an interesting day. I spent most after going to school and finishing sending kids off to school. And I looked and I watched those proceedings and I said, what is going on here? Questions asked by, Chacha Muita was very clear. And he said, July 1st, which was yesterday, 11 o'clock, appear in court. Don't come and tell us. Appear in court.
He said, I don't want drama.
Yeah.
See, in fact, even before yesterday, he said, appear in court with this man.
Nyango, yeah.
That is Nyango, that is what we want.
Yeah. Dead or alive.
And then now you come. In fact, at some point, I thought he was just irritated because he kept removing his glasses. Yeah. He would clean his eyes at some point. Then he said, you know what? You guys, I don't want your drama. Bring this man, dead or alive. You didn't come. Then they didn't show up. Mohamed Amin, Douglas Kanja did not show up yesterday. He said, today, 2nd of July, 11 o'clock. Bring him here. All these things you're telling us, you went to his house, you collected what you didn't collect, inventory, blah. I beg. Do what?
All that I'm interested in is the human being.
Bring this human being. Dead or alive. Government on spin doctors as officers clash on state's position. Just the thing that you were saying yesterday. There's one spokesman, there's another one. There's the deputy, there's another. What is the position of government? That's what this headline is looking into. Pressure mounts on Ruto to sack security chiefs as Saba Saba nears. And we'll be having all of those conversations with Dr. Olo at 7 o'clock. And just looking into the Standard, we'll look into more. MP split over Pasaris' new push to redefine protest zones in cities and says, you can protest, but there are certain parts you shouldn't actually come to. So at Tutaki, Mambo Mingi, Sawa Sawa. So that's what it looks like in the Standard today. And of course, looking at some of the sports news in the local basketball league, as well as what's happening for World Cup qualifiers in football. Interesting and necessary for us to do as well. And Wimbledon is on, by the way. So, okay. Dennis, Aseto.
Yeah, let's go to the Daily Nation. Ruto's draconian bill on protest. Stung by a wave of youth-led anti-government protest, President William Ruto's administration has lined up a new bill that seeks to demarcate areas of holding demos, while stipulating fines and jail terms for anyone found in non-designated locations such as Parliament, police stations, courts, and other protected areas. And some of the numbers in terms of what you will face if you don't heed to the bill: 100,000 shillings fine if found guilty of participating in demonstrations in non-designated areas, 3 months jail term if found guilty of participating in demos outside the demarcated areas, and 100 meters, that is, demonstrators will not be allowed to picket in areas within a radius of 100 meters from the said structures. Now, Esther Pasaris is the person behind this bill, but then again, we also have Uhuru reclaims Jubilee, Kalonzo revamps Wiper ahead of the 2027 elections. Watu wameanza kufanya nini? Kujipanga. Now, wait for your tumor to grow or pay cash. SHA to cancer patients. Yeah. Where is blogger Diangui? Judge tells DCI to end a drama and produce missing man in court. And over 42,000 students shun varsity placements. They've told the Ministry of Education, no thank you. More than 42,000 candidates who qualified for university admission after sitting 2024 KCSE examinations did not apply for placements through Kenya universities and colleges placement services. Government data has revealed this represents about 17% of the 244,563 candidates. We'll be getting deeper into that to just know why majority of the students said no thank you to KUPS. Okari.
Well, the Star newspaper, State House and Bunge no-go zone in new anti-demos bill. There's a picture of Ndengui Kinyagia. Government fails to produce missing blogger. Ndengui on across all papers. Muslims differ over ruling on inheritance. According to Islamic law, child born out of wedlock can only inherit from moms. Been a big story there on that case. Mombasa's No Child Left Behind, transforming lives. But you know what? I want to quickly look at the Business Daily. Some interesting stories here. So the United Arab Emirates is now the fastest growing buyer of Kenyan goods, well ahead of an official start of a recently signed bilateral deal aimed at easing trade between the two countries. So, yes, a lot of money is going there. Now, on the inside pages, in terms of security, Israeli loan to fund 69% of defense development budget. So, a loan by the Israeli government will fund nearly 70% of the development budget of the Ministry of Defense in Kenya for the fiscal year 2025-26. Disclosures by the Treasury shows. So budget estimates for the financial year starting yesterday show that Israeli will directly fund Kenya's defense military through a 3.4 billion loan, which would be equivalent to 69.38% of the ministry's development budget. So this is a loan to the defense ministry. The development budget is, however, only a small portion of the ministry's total budget of 200.32 billion. So to make up for defense now, uproar over downgrade of 100 rural private hospitals. So the Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association of Kenya, RUFA, has protested the downgrade of 100 hospitals in 2 counties, terming it irregular. There's a story here about Bolts. So ride-hailing firm Bolt has introduced a new vehicle category and updated its operating rules, relegating older and smaller engine cars to a cheaper tier in a move aimed at improving driver earnings and enhancing customer experience. To Congo, US aid cancelled rape survivor kits for DR Congo as conflict erupted. So, US President Donald Trump's administration cancelled a major contract to supply emergency kits for rape survivors in Congo as violence surged in the east this year. I thought he was actually getting into this conflict to try and sort out what's happening in Congo and Rwanda. And now that they've cancelled this, watu wengi sana wataumia. Well, that's all I have for these two papers this morning.
All right. So I guess we look into some of these stories in detail. And
where do you want to start?
I want to look at this story over the summonses. That it's interesting because there's a summons, and then when it's plural, it's summonses. But anyway, the summons from Judge Chacha Mwita to Amin over missing blogger, and it's just looking at the intrigues that took place in the courts yesterday. The Director of Criminal Investigations, Mohammed Amin, has been reordered, or rather, sorry, I beg your pardon, has been ordered in court tomorrow over the disappearance of Dangui. Now, this was, of course, went to press yesterday, so that is today that we are talking about. The directive by High Court Judge Chacha Mwita came as DCI revealed the circumstances under which Kinyagia disappeared while denying his arrest. But Justice Mwita could hear none of it, insisting that the officers were the last persons to visit Kinyagia's residence in Kino before he went missing. And this is what he said, and I quote, "I have heard you and read the pleadings. The DCI officers visited his residence, and they were the only ones who were there when he disappeared. The caretaker has not sworn an affidavit. The DCI conducted a search, and this person disappeared. We need an explanation as to where he is," said the judge, directing Amin to appear in person. So yesterday he sent his folks, his people. The judge said, no, you come and tell us because you gave us the initial information. Yesterday a heated exchange ensued on whether the DCI forged an inventory it filed in court because, led by Senior Counsel Martha Karua, the agency's inventory was different from what had been filed at the Milimani Chief Magistrate's Court in a miscellaneous application. So some of the things that you talked about, on one filing there was a typed document and it had 2 or 3 pages. On another filing for the same documentation, some of it was written in hand and it was only on 2 pages or just on 1 page. And from her practice and from, I guess, our knowledge, it should be that the documentation that is filed and that will be given to different sides of a case should be the same. So that's one issue that she had. While the one in the High Court had a spillover of the items recovered to a second page, everything was on 1 page in the suit filed by the Law Society of Kenya. At the same time, she argued that the dating of the 2 documents was different. If you look at it and our further affidavit on the 27th of June 2025, where we attached at FM1, I beg your pardon, you will see the face of it that the annexure appears to be a forgery. If you look at the data, or rather the date on one of the respondents, it is indicated on the 21st. If you compare that with the one from Florence Muturi, it has date 21 with no ST. Now, when we look at such things, we could look at it and say, okay, come on, those are details. If I write 21 next to June, whether I put the ST or not, see, you know it's the 21st of June, so why are we, plucking hairs here? But apparently in a court of law, the devil is in the what?
Details.
It's in the details. She told the court that the document filed by the DCI at the High Court had a witness, Jane Njango, who allegedly saw the officers ransack and cart away items from Kinyagia's house. We suspect that the annexure is a forgery, and following the announcement by the second respondent, he is a person of interest and we need him in person. Second respondent in this case is Nangui. It also emerged that analysis by the Communication Authority of Kenya and data from an account alleged to have been Kinyagia's led police to hunt him down. In a document filed in court, the DCI attached a letter dated 20th of June regarding cybersecurity addressed to CA Director General David Mugonyi. Now, they went on and back and forth. Lawyer Willis Otieno claimed that everything pointed to the DCI. The presence of the Subarus and officers in civilian clothes from the agencies had not been denied. I assume the respondents know we are in a country operating under the law. We may speak a lot of English, but primary issues that the liberty and life of Ndiangui is at stake. Nelson Mara, representing the state, had told the court that they had nothing to do with the missing man. Justice Chacha Mwita said, sorry. Even if you wake up very early in the morning, you cannot convince me of this. It's sworn affidavit, the witness report that you were there. By your own admission, there's an inventory of the things that you lifted from his residence. You claim that he was not there when you went there, but there's a sworn affidavit by somebody that he was carted away. He himself was taken by two gentlemen earlier. Where is he? And the judge said, stop this drama. Dead or alive, I want him here.
Bring him in.
I mean, see me at 11 tomorrow. Today.
Well, the point is, whether it's the DCI who have him or another agency, the state has him. They know. Nobody just disappears. It's not like you're a flower, you just pluck it from the soil and then it just dries up somewhere. No, this is a human being. He's alive somewhere. We've seen examples of these abductions, and we've had stories from those who've been abducted coming out and saying, this is what happened to me. So we know eventually, this is my thinking. He will not be, the DCI boss will not produce him in court. They will not do that. There's been a precedent. They will not do that. There will be, at some point in a few days or by end of this week or whatever, when there's too much pressure, he will be dumped somewhere. But there is something, during that court session, they were briefly interrupted. And in the interruption, a Mr. Mulenge Muteti from Kibwezi East, who stood in the public gallery and started shouting at the state council representing the DCI, accusing him of misleading the court. He said, stop lying. You abducted Nyangui, Kinyage, and are lying to the court. But what he was urging the judge to do is what caught my attention. What Muteti urged the judge is to assert the authority of the court and reject what he called false information from the state. Now, we've seen this before, because now, because this boss didn't show up yesterday, now the next time he's going to show up will be when? Tomorrow, I think,
Tomorrow being today.
It's today.
It was the 3rd, I think.
3rd. So what's today's date?
3rd is tomorrow.
It's tomorrow Thursday. I beg your pardon.
So,
yes.
So the court now has ordered Amin to appear in person tomorrow to explain his whereabouts. Now, two things will happen. He may either show up, still say they have no idea, or they will still send their lawyer and say, okay, we are still following, we're still doing this. So the question is, what then can the court do? So the court has already done step 2, because there was an early summon. Now, step 2 is summon him again, which now will happen tomorrow. So the court can issue new summons.
Or warrant of arrest.
The next thing is declare contempt of court. So, and they've done this before. So after declaring contempt of court, they will do two things. They will either impose a fine like they did to Masengeli, or they'll actually order an arrest. A warrant of arrest. Who's going to arrest the DCI boss?
This is very interesting. I'm listening to you speak, and I'm like, you know what? You're already coming from the assumption that this man is just not going to show up at court.
Let me tell you,
that is just
everybody's sense is he won't.
Everybody's thinking is just like, disobedience of court orders is a thing that just seems to be as normal as sliced bread. That people will just not show up.
And you see, as we have this discussion at the end of the day, one remembers that a court order is law, Sharia. And everyone is bound to respect that. But if the authority which is mandated to respect, to uphold the rule of law is the one breaking it, what precedents are we setting to Kenyans, to common mananchi, with regard to respecting the law and court orders?
No, it's like when you were growing up and your parents used to say, do as I say, not as I do.
And I do.
So you can be saying that it's binding everybody. It's binding you.
You just break it. Yeah.
You know what I'm thinking? The breakdown here is, so the police can actually go arrest somebody, detain this person, they can process this person, the DCI will do the investigations, they will send the files to the ODPP. And once they do that, then this person is brought to court. And I'm just thinking, so if nobody is following the law here, this is just me thinking, I know it's crazy thinking, but if then the court decides you are frustrating us, okay, fine. There is what we can do in terms of following the law and enforce this, but what if we also decide we're not hearing your case? Simula letter file. We will not. What would happen? If it's a boycott, so fine, you're frustrating the will of justice, so we'll frustrate you right back. So you bring those cases of yours, we're not going to sit to listen to them until you do what you're supposed to do. Because for the longest time, the tail end is always the court. That's where we expect everything to be to go through. But we've seen in the past, these guys will try to slow these things down. They will buy time because the case was yesterday. The summons was yesterday. So tunaruka leo, then we go tomorrow. Tomorrow there'll be another story. When is tomorrow? Thursday. They will not issue another summon for Friday. It will be next week. So the thing to do is buy time. So as you're buying time, what exactly is happening to this blogger?
That's
what are they doing? What are they extracting from him?
What is happening right now?
What are they? So they already have his accounts. They already have all the. So what are they extracting from him? Why buy this time?
I think for me is even as court pronounces itself in such matters, I look forward to a day when even when someone apologizes, justice still has to take its course. When you leave that office, you're no longer being protected. Let us see these individuals jailed. I think that will send shockwaves to everyone, knowing that you cannot break the law and walk scot-free. Because remember, with Masengeli came and apologized to the court and they're like, sawa, tumekusikia.
You guys just play with justice as though it's you see this justice word that it's even in the Kenya national anthem. Justice be your shield and defender. We take it like it's a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a suggestion like the wind blow in that direction and say, okay, let's just follow it. No, it's a serious thing here, and we play with it, I think, quite some. Let's look into a couple other stories, shall we?
So when Millicent Akinyi was wheeled into Naivasha Sub-County Referral Hospital for surgery to remove a tumor, her employer had every reason to expect a smooth process. After all, he had paid her full annual Social Health Authority premium, believing it would cover the medical emergency. But sometimes the system has other plans. Now, Ms. Akinyi, who works as a house help, had been diagnosed with hypochondriac lymphoma, a benign tumor made of fat cells. She was booked for surgery at the hospital, and her employer had completed all the necessary preparations, confident that the insurance coverage would handle the cost. But that confidence was quickly shattered. Why? Now, after filing all the surgical services pre-authorization form and submitting it to SHA, located at the hospital, her employer received news that would expose a troubling gap in Kenya's healthcare system. The SHA office told us the tumor had not reached the threshold. The tumor had not reached the threshold to be covered, explains Mr. Akinyi's employer. Frustrations evident in his voice. For it to be covered, it must measure 3 by 3 centimeters. Millicent's tumor was 2 by 2 centimeters. So you've come with a tumor.
Not me.
Millicent.
No, anyone. Sorry.
Has gone with it to the hospital.
Yes.
They found a tumor that needs to be removed immediately because it's an emergency. Gone through all the processes, but the hospital tells you, you know what, you must just wait a few months for this thing to grow to 3 centimeters so that we can remove it.
What were the reasons that they gave for that? Is there a physiological medical reason why they would have said we cannot operate at this point?
Yeah, because it had not met the threshold of 3 centimeters.
No, but is that a medical is it according to that kind of procedure? Is it a requirement that it needs to be this size before we can operate on it?
That's all she was told.
Was it
by
not
the
posing
SHA
any
officers.
kind of
Yeah. So if you have malaria, wait until you are admitted so that you can get medication.
Like when you're really sick.
When let the malaria get to your brain, and then now we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. Okay. Not okay, but I mean...
What happened to us?
I don't know.
Exactly.
What reasoning is this?
Let's wait until you get sicker, and then we can handle it. But for now, we're not going to be able to handle it medically or financially.
According to our modus operandi, you need to get more sick, then you can sort it out.
Getting more sick is proof that you really actually now need
to have the surgery.
No, actually, when you get more sick, that is when the doors of SHA can open. Yeah.
So under the guise of just taking serious cases, or I don't understand. Was this not life-threatening? So it was 2 point what?
2 centimeters.
It was 2 centimeters.
2 centimeters by 2 centimeters. But
So
according to SHA, it needs to be 3 by 3. So it's just a centimeter less.
Who says that a tumor needs to be bigger in order for us to do something about it? What kind of...
No,
I don't know.
Repeat that last statement again.
Yeah.
So it's so the tumor
is 2 by 2 centimeters. According to SHA modus operandi, it needs to be 3 by 3 centimeters.
Which tumor needs to be bigger for you to do something about it? This is my question. This is very different from when our doctors say a fibroid, maybe in intrauterine infection, is really small, and then maybe it is of no harm to you. That I can understand. But this tumor, had it been tested? Had a biopsy been done? Had it been seen that it was malignant?
Yeah, they say it's benign.
It's benign.
It's benign.
Okay, well, that maybe makes sense. If it was benign, maybe that makes sense as to it is not posing any danger to you. So maybe that could be the reasoning behind it, that this surgery then was not of necessity, where it was not posing any danger to you. If it was a malignant tumor and you're seeing that it was at that size, because it's about yay big, if it's, then I would say that there would be no reason why you say we shouldn't have this surgery. And that's why I said, was it malignant or benign? Maybe that's their reasoning, that it's not dangerous right now. So if it grows any bigger, then we can book you for surgery.
But
that makes sense.
What he says is, when they went to the hospital and all the tests were done, they were asked to pay for the entire amount for the annual for her to get treatment. The employer went through and did all that based off previous advice from the hospital. Now here you are, you've paid your dues, you're now going after the fact to get the services that you need, then you're told, you know what, haijafika. Yet initially you are told you've gone through the test, it will be removed after you do this.
I don't know. We're just playing. It's like we're playing ping pong. We're playing ping pong with lives. We're playing ping pong with everything, and it's just.
No, it's madness.
It's madness. It really is.
It's madness.
In one breath, pay for the whole year. Then in the second breath, okay, well now that you've paid, we're not quite sure if we're going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. How did we get here? And I think that's the question. What are we doing? Jeez Louise.
Because if you ask me, listen, this is life threatening to her. All she wants is for this thing to get removed so that she can continue with her life normally. The reason why they went forward and even paid for that, so that it's removed. Now you're telling her, you know what, ngoje kwe kubwa kiasi, then we'll sort you out.
That's a very good question. I've seen a question here from someone in the comments, and they're saying, who decided in the first place that a surgery needed to be done? She didn't look at herself in the mirror and say, oh, I think I'm going to go for surgery on Thursday. She went to see a doctor, and a doctor recommended the surgery. Is it not? A medical practitioner and an expert in their own right said, we need to have surgery done.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good Lord. Okay.
Look at another story?
Yes, please.
Quickly? All right. Government of spin doctors as officers clash on state's position. We raised it here. And the question is, who speaks for President William Ruto's government? The Kenya Kwanza administration seems to have abandoned a policy observed by past governments of a centralized and structural approach of dissemination of government communication, and instead adopted a multi-pronged firefighting strategy that has at times bred confusion and conflict. Now, here's my take on this. It appears every time we get any form of communication from government, from any of these quote-unquote spin doctors, it's always on the defense, all right? But a number of government officials, ranging from the president's advisors, aides, cabinet secretaries, and allies from friendly opposition parties, have been acting as defenders of the administration, at times contradicting the position of the government spokesperson. So it becomes very confusing and to some degree, I think it's organized chaos. Allow everybody to speak so that you draw attention, your attention to scatter your attention in 10 different ways. So we never really settle to follow a directive, or we follow communication from government. Now, a good example here. Last week, Isaac Mwaura found himself clashing with the health CS at Ndwale over the Hustler Fund. So CS Dwale, last week Mwaura clashed with CS Dwale over claims that defaulters of the Hustler Fund will be denied access to SHA. So that's one communication.
Okay.
Are we together?
Yes, please.
Dwale then termed Mwaura's remarks as misleading and instead maintained that all Kenyans are entitled to SHA services as long as they make required payments. All right? Mwaura had maintained that those who had failed to honor their pledges would be denied access to SHA. Now, just last month, again, Mwaura was embroiled in another controversy about the whereabouts of the public seal, as he moved to clarify his earlier remarks that it had been moved to the head of public service. While making a U-turn on his earlier remarks, Mora explained that the clause which was proposed in the bill, which had proposed to make Head of Civil Service and State House Chief of Staff Felix Koskei as the sole custodian of the public seal had been deleted. Okay? Now, Ruto's senior economic advisor, Moses Kuria, has made startling remarks that the country will not hold a general election in 2027, with many wondering whether he was communicating the president's mind. So you've got all these people talking in press conferences, in interviews, and everybody is giving all different versions of everything that's going on. So the different contradicting statements, they risk breeding erosion of trust by Kenyans, while it creates uncertainty over the policies that the many faces speak about, which may create confusion among investors. Now, besides investments and talking about the business environment, it's very clear that this is organized, and I think it points to one thing. Let everybody keep talking about everything but nothing.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, you only keep talking and you're talking, but what are you saying?
Yeah.
What are you saying? I have to ask the question. And 7:01, it continues after this.
Morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kenya and the United Kingdom have renewed their strategic partnership, opening new doors for enhanced trade and investment. This follows a meeting between President William Ruto and UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer in London on Tuesday. The new pact, which builds on the 2020-2025 framework, is also expected to spark growth in the information and communication technology sector. President Ruto hailed the continued cooperation between the two nations in promoting regional peace, security and defense. Members of the National Security Committee have welcomed a new legislative proposal by Nairobi woman Rep Esther Passaris aimed at regulating public protests. Passaris said the Public Order Amendment Bill 2025 will protect key democratic institutions by establishing a 100-meter no-protest zone around Parliament, State House, courts and other designated areas. The bill also gives the Interior Cabinet Secretary powers to designate official demonstration zones in urban areas. Anyone found violating the 100-meter protest boundary would face a fine of up to 100,000 shillings, imprisonment for up to 3 months, or both. Passaris defended the bill before the House Committee, citing recent violent protests that were characterized by looting, rape and destruction of property.
The bill is not an attempt to muzzle dissent. It is a measure to ensure that protests are not hijacked by violence and that no Kenyan, be it a protester, a police officer, a bystander, suffers unjustly in the exercise of a right. Order is not the enemy of democracy, it is the foundation. We must protect the republic from disorder and ensure that the exercise of one's right does not become the infringement of another's safety. I urge this committee to support the bill, not for the government, not for parliament, but for every Kenyan who values peace.
Narok West MP Gabriel Tondoyo, who chairs the committee, welcomed the bill, emphasizing that while citizens have a right to picket, it must be done in an orderly manner. The Kenya National Union of Teachers has warned that teachers will down tools if the Teachers Service Commission fails to negotiate a new pay deal within 7 days. The union wants a 60% increase in teachers' salaries, promotion of teachers, and a 30% increase in teachers' allowances. NAT Secretary General Collins Oyu asked TSC to come to the negotiating table after they submitted their draft proposal.
Kenya National Union of Teachers did not expect this. What we expected was a counter-offer. Time is of essence. You know too well, much as I do, that 2021-25 CBA elapsed. The cycle elapsed on 30th of June, the 4-year cycle. Today is 1st of July. So what are we being told? What are we being told?
Former Interior CS and presidential hopeful Fred Matiang'i has rejected claims that is former President Uhuru Kenyatta's political project. Speaking during a televised interview last night, Matiang'i said he is yet to align himself with any political party, but is open to collaborations with any like-minded parties.
As I said, I'm now in consultations with a number of political parties, a number of political leaders across the board. I honestly think that if I made a choice now and stuck to one political party, I will disadvantage the others with whom we are having a discussion. Definitely, as we go forward, there's not going to be a single political party that will form government. The reality is that, we chose democracy and we have so many political parties. In Kenya, we have probably over 89 political parties, and that is how Kenyans want to organize their politics for the time being. I would rather have sufficient conversations and discussions with Kenyans across the board before I finally say this is the format in which I would like to present myself to the IEBC.
Israel has agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza, U.S. President Donald Trump has said. During the proposed deal, we will work with all parties to end the war, Trump said in a post on Truth Social, without detailing what the conditions are. Israel launched a military campaign in Gaza after Hamas's 7th October 2023 attack on Israel, in which around 1,200 people were killed. At least 56,647 have been killed in Gaza since then, according to the territory's Hamas-run health ministry. Trump's announcement comes before a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu scheduled for next week, in which the US president has said he would be very firm. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, we'll take a look at what's happening with traffic this morning, and it is actually busy in the city today as we get into Wednesday proper, into the middle of the week, and we know that schools opened yesterday, and the traffic that was in the city yesterday was epic. Let's see what Wednesday is going to turn out to be. We're seeing traffic starting to build on Ngong Road, getting into the city. Let's take a look at what's coming off of the Thika Superhighway real quick. Some traffic that is heading then through towards the Vey, and that's bumper to bumper already. Let's also take a look then coming off of the Eastern Bypass. There is some traffic as you then approach North Airport Road, and as you find your way then towards the Cabanas interchange, it's already bumper to bumper, moving very slowly. Jago Road is slow getting towards Landis, which is chock-a-blocked as you get towards Haile Selassie. And there it is on the Thika Superhighway. Traffic coming in all the way from the Roiro interchange. It's going to find its way through towards Githurai and then out towards Garden City and then on to the Survey. Kiambu Road, busy as well. Northern Bypass is moving along fine. Keep an eye on all of this as we get into Traffic Hour, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
And now the world knows that you've been told to come in a suit and a tie, but you know.
You didn't read the memo.
You didn't? Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently I am the one who didn't read the memo. But you know, next time tell me in advance, gentlemen. And then we'll see what we'll do about that. That's the voice of one Dr. Martin Zolo. Good morning. At 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're getting into another conversation necessary for us to have this morning. Our live streams are up on YouTube, on X, and on Facebook, and our audience on KTN around Kenya and the region and the Situation Room to the world. Karibu sana as we get into things this morning. Right. So he's here. Karibu Wakili.
Asante, thank you for having me.
You're well?
Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Thank you so much for always honoring our invitation to discuss things that matter. Yes. We're going to get into something today. It's already controversial. And already people are up in arms asking questions. And so we'll get from the legal point of view and then what it could mean from a social justice perspective as well. Also then taking in what, parliamentary discussions could be about that moving forward. But before we do, how about you let us know your interpretation of a proverb that Dennis will share from Burundi?
Yes, Burundi, a landlocked country in East Africa bordered by Rwanda to the north, Tanzania, east and south, and the Democratic Republic of Congo to the west. Lake Tanganyika, one of the world's deepest and longest freshwater lakes from the parts of Burundi's southwest. But one thing that Burundi are internationally well known for is for their drums. There's a way they just beat that drum and it's humongous. One even wonders how they manage to balance it on their heads, but it is one thing that they're known for and it's appreciated across the world. Now, our proverb today that comes from Burundi: when the drum sounds, it's not for one person. How would you interpret that?
You don't know how to keep secrets because you should have suspected that I had that discussion. But here is the issue. In Swahili, they say mbiu ya mgambo ikilia kuna jambo.
Yes.
In other words, the moment an announcement or something that is of common nature happens, it is meant to alert everyone that there's an issue. So we woke up this morning to tell people that here is our lineup for the day. So what then people are supposed to do is to tune in or to prepare themselves to question or to even raise issues. So whenever a drum is beaten, those who must come to dance must dance, and those who must hearken, and those who are away must find time to come and join others. So it's really an invitation to all to come, depending on where they sit.
Yes. Indeed. Well, come, it's beating, so you then decide what it is that you're going to do when you hear it. I'm reminded of the talking drums from southwest Nigeria. When the drum starts to beat, people just find they come out. And so then you ask yourself, okay, so what then does it mean and what am I supposed to do? All right, so we're looking into a conversation this hour about the controversial demonstration bill, a step toward order or an attack on freedoms. And let's just look at that. A little bit of a background to it is that there is a mover of the bill in Parliament, which for what we see right now is Esther Passaris, whereby she's in this bill. What we've heard is that they are trying to say that it should be put into law that certain parts of cities or towns should be restricted from protest. Not that you should not protest, but that certain parts should be restricted. In addition to that, we're seeing other things coming out whereby that there should be a fine or a jail term of a year or 100,000 shillings should you be found to be guilty as one who led drama during demonstrations or protests or paid for it or things like this. And we saw that the president has thrown his weight behind that kind of conversation. And so we start to ask questions that this didn't start after June 25th, 2025, that we saw previously that the current cabinet secretary for Mbeere North, the current cabinet secretary for public service, who was formerly the Mbeere North MP, actually moved this before. And he said, you know what, we should not be having this at all. People who come up with these protests and these demonstrations should actually be fined or jailed. That didn't see the light of day because members of parliament rejected it at the time. But then now this has found its way back into the plenary for discussions. An overview of what you understand this bill to be, Doc, and then where could we be heading?
I'm so glad that we can have this conversation at a time like this, and particularly to know that the people who are, or the person who is behind the push to amend this bill is Esther Passaris, who is an ODM MP. In the past, it was Ruku, the UDA MP then. The new sycophants in town are now the ODM members of parliament. You heard what TJ Kajwang was saying, what Kaluma says. They have stopped thinking, and they have stopped even imagining that when you make a law, make it so that even when your enemy is in power, you will be safe. The other day, they were on the other side receiving the weight of this government. Today, they are in this government making statements that would appear that oppression, suppression, and draconian rule is okay. Now, it's okay when you are in. What about when you are out? So let us always be careful that whenever you make a law, it should be that even when your enemy is in power, you should feel safe. Now, the point that I want to push is every time you look at a law or look at a proposal of a law, there is something that you want to understand. What is the mischief? What is the intention of the framers of that law? It's obvious that this government, as indeed it began right from the word go, has this feeling that it needs more laws, it needs more force, it needs more power to rule. Nothing could be further from the truth. They already have a constitution, they already have enabled or aware Kenyans who are fairly aware and therefore conscious. And people who are conscious and people who are aware and people who know the rule of law and who have already a constitution that's enabling them do not need more repression, oppression, or even repressive laws. So you are solving a social issue, an economic issue, through the brutal force of the law or an attempt to bring a law that disrupts people's lives. So my sense is that demonstrations and picketing, as anticipated in Article 37 of the Constitution, actually does not stop somewhere. It means that if I want to talk or to picket against Ndu, the best place for me to picket is by their gate, where they will hear and they will know and they will believe. So if you want to picket against government, the best place to go to is Harambee House. You want to picket against parliament, the best place to go to is parliament. You want to picket against the president, you can go to Harambee House or near the State House. So how can you make it impossible for anybody to communicate, to pass a message, to even pass a memo or to pass whatever they want to let the president know? How do you make it impossible for them to even make it close to it?
So are you saying that then such a bill, or what we're seeing that is being recommended in this bill, goes against the freedoms that are guaranteed under the Constitution?
Absolutely. And they are totally unnecessary, because whatever the government is trying to do, or whatever Passaris is trying to do, or parliament, or whatever they do, it's totally unnecessary. Let me ask you, how do you stop owners of a place from visiting their home? You know who owns State House? It's not the government. It's not the president. It's Kenyans. It's their house. How do you stop them from nearing there to speak? I mean, if I stopped my children from coming home to protest or to raise issues with me, where else do I expect them to be? So basically what we are saying is that we cannot be afraid of ourselves. We cannot be afraid of the owners of this country. We cannot, ostracize or even alienate citizens who are the bosses of this country from picketing and demonstrating and communicating to their leaders.
But what would the fear be? Because it seems that, and I think you're not the first one to say it, but it's been said over time that there's fear that is being presented here, that's being manifested, and that's why we see this kind of stuff. What's the fear of?
You see, the fear is simple. We don't want accountability. Why do you think MPs decided to build a tunnel so that they can behave like moles from this other side to the offices? They walk under the tunnel. They fear accountability. They want to be elected by people, but don't want to be accountable to people. Don't want to be seen by people. Which representative in this world will ever want to live in a tunnel where there are no voters and avoid outside to meet their voters. So it's only in Kenya where you want to do it. Which government that is elected by people would want to insulate itself from the people? In fact, if you told these people to move parliament to an island or to move the state to an island, they would do that so that they can rule from there and leave the rest of us languishing down here. So for me, it's fear of accountability. And you know what are they running from? They are running from being questioned. And they are running from being tested. You're running clips this morning where you can see somebody said this yesterday. They are saying that yesterday. In other words, we do not seem to be predictable. If we say we don't like this thing, it's because it's not we are not benefiting from it. The moment we start benefiting, we say it's okay. So with that kind of attitude, then we are seeing what we are seeing. And by the way, what is it they're running from? They're running away from themselves. They're running away from their children. Remember, this generation is not going to go away. We are in a multi-generational society. And these Gen Zs that we have are rightfully here, and they are questioning, and they are different, and they're operating from outside the known stereotyping. So let's face it.
You know, the imagery that comes to my mind is when you watch the drug cartels movies and you have tunnels.
Yes.
The imagery is, in the event they come for me, I will just flip the bathtub, get into the hole, disappear through the tunnel into another territory. That's the imagery that's coming to me. You are running away from something. But could I also be correct? My reading of this, because you earlier said that all this is unnecessary. Could my reading be wrong? When you look at the phrase, the last kicks of a dying horse are the most powerful, you're looking at a situation where a wounded horse or a dying horse will lash out so desperately and just before it dies. And you look at a track record of governments in the past when they sense that they're on the verge of either collapse or a final effort, or they're going to get out, their final effort will always be to do something that looks very sudden, something that looks very loud, or even brutal. Could I be correct with my reading of this? Because the movers of this motion, clearly, you can tell when you're pushing this, it's almost, you know, you're not coming back. So your last effort is push as much as you can, make it as brutal as you can, because after all, you're not coming back.
And that's the tragedy. Where are they going? They are going to be in this country. Will demonstrations continue to happen? Yes, they will happen. Will it affect them? Yes. Next time, they have said do not demonstrate around the State House. Fine. But they are building private houses wherever they are building them. Will they stop Kenyans from demonstrating around those houses? In other words, what we need is a good, enabling environment for all of us, those in power and those outside power. It cannot be them and us. It should be us as Kenyans building up a society that we can all be comfortable to live in. Uhuru Kenyatta was president. He is today a civilian. The other day you saw, they tried to violate his right to property. They went and cannibalized his farm and so on. Now, is that what you want to do? No, nobody wants, because I was in leadership today, to be punished or to be invaded or to be violated because I'm out of government. So we don't want that. And so if a government is doing that and your reading is right, it is kicking in repression as if they will be around forever. No, they are not going to be around forever. Whether it's 2 term or 1 term, they'll come to end. And when they come to end, they'll still belong to this country. So we better learn how to live with each other, not how to fight each other.
If you read this bill, in essence, if you look at what the Constitution currently provides under Article 37, the notification is given. Police are mandated to provide security. Now, you look at what is being proposed in terms of Kenyans should not go to these facilities, Parliament, State House. And one would read deeper and say, does it mean that the police are unable to provide security as mandated by Article 37 of the Constitution? And if that's the case, then why are we not making sure that police are able to perform their duties?
Okay, let me be very bold on this. We are looking for an excuse to shoot and kill. We are looking for an excuse to violate people's rights. we are now saying that because the law has been very tough, every time we have killed, there have been issues and we have suffered. Yeah. That's what we are hearing. Because now you're saying, yeah, they crossed this line. No. Every life, every Kenyan life, every life in Kenya is important, sacrosanct. Let's protect it. And by the way, as you say, the business of police to provide security. That's all. Not to come with guns. And by the way, if people are demonstrating without stones, without weapons, why do you need to guard them or to protect them with guns, tear gas, and all this arsenal? You don't need to. If people are protesting, what's the role of the police? Protect them from goons or any infiltration that will worsen the situation. When people are protesting, the role of the police is protect property, protect buildings, so that no goon or no criminal takes advantage of the protestations and visits violence.
So, Wakili, because here we are, and that there's a lot of conflation that's happening around all of this. That there were protests that took place. Yes, there were groups of people across the Kenyan spectrum who came out to do two things. Number one, to memorialize those who lost their lives during the last protest, and also to continue to demand for certain things, an end to this brutality and violence, an end to extrajudicial killings and all of these forced disappearances. There was the infiltration of these protests by these goons that we keep talking about, the criminals who came in to destroy property, to injure and violate others. So there was that infiltration. Whether or not they're going to acknowledge it, it did happen. Then nobody got to Parliament in this last because it was barricaded. Nobody got to State House because I don't even think anybody had an intent to, really. But it was just to keep that voice very clear. So when we see the destruction of property, which for me is a huge thing here, that there are innocent individuals who continue to go about their business, to ply their trade, who then were affected by the infiltration of criminals. Shouldn't we then see that a respectable government would say, we must then have a bill that requires protection for people who still operate in the city when peaceful protests by dint of the constitutional freedoms, that this might happen because of this infiltration? Shouldn't the protection be for the people as opposed to the minority of people who are inside these institutions?
Absolutely. Basically, what you're saying, Ndu, is that as long as demonstrations are peaceful, and as long as notification has been made, and the intentions to demonstrate have been made very clear, it's the business of security to provide what it takes to ensure that first of all, those who are demonstrating are not violated. Two, no property or no one with an ill intention takes advantage of the situation and then loots and does whatever. The key point for us is that we all have to be law-abiding. We must all live by the rule of law. This morning you've been discussing about how you would be, the other day, by the way, we saw in the late Ojwang's case, we know who picked him, we know who checked him in, and we know that he died in the hands of the police. How you turn around and begin to tell me you are investigating, you are still uncovering, I don't understand. But that is now a show that we do not respect the law by itself, that we don't even have regard to the law. So we don't need more laws because we will still not disregard it. You heard the court orders are issued, and the police are the first to defy court orders. The government is the first to defy court orders. It means that we don't even need more laws. It means that we want to be lawless. Now, if we are lawless, the consequences are dire and real. It means every person for themselves. It means the state of nature. It means that life will be short, nasty and brutish, as Thomas Hobbes once said. And that's where we all came from and said, no, we need governments and we need security apparatus to protect us from ourselves. So all the things are not meant for just the government, it's meant for us, the people, as well. So basically what we are saying is that as long as we are living on earth in this world and we need governments, the governments are supposed to be there to give us the necessary protection, services, and the infrastructure that we require to live, to go about our lives. So anything else is unnecessary. To keep on finding reason to repress, to oppress, and to jail Kenyans, what will happen? You can't jail all of them. Not even the colonialists managed it. Not even the first regime or the Moi regime or any other regime that was oppressive in the world managed to jail everybody. Dissent is fomented by more repression.
Yeah. So, Wakili, you read this bill and you look at the cabinet secretary has been given the mandate to put up zones where demonstrations can take place. And one would just ask the question, in a country where cabinet secretaries get orders from above, disregard the law, then who exactly is protecting even the law that is in place if we know cabinet secretaries are yes men?
You know, in this country and with the constitution, the government or the executive is run by the government, by the presidency. So forget about cabinet secretaries. Yeah. Those are on the beck and call of the president. They are not their own persons. They are appointed. They are not like that time when they were elected and then appointed into cabinet. So they are not. So yeah, right. They are my appointees. You'll do what I tell you to do. So that's a fact. So whatever you're seeing is being said is give power back to the executive, give it back to the president to do whatever he pleases. Now that doesn't help us. We need to demarcate between. You see, government is three structures, or rather, is three branches. There's the executive, judiciary, and the legislature. Each of those together form government. So the national government, the executive ought to have checks inside itself. Parliament itself ought to have checks inside itself. So does judiciary have to have checks inside themselves. Now, to the extent that the executive is battling with the legislature or the legislature is battling with the judiciary, there might be reason enough to say those tensions are necessary. But each of them has a mandate that they must execute without fear of ever.
So let me play devil's advocate for a minute, shall I?
Yes.
Or maybe just even apply some sense and to see maybe where this is coming from. That let's assume that it's coming from a place of actually protection for the people, and that to stop 1 million people getting into, let's take Nairobi for example, or even 1 million people getting into Mombasa or Eldoret, that the police service, even with all its different arms, whether you want to talk about administration police, if you want to talk about throw in NYS, throw in whomever you want to, are not going to be able to provide adequate protection for 1 million people in the city. So the only way to then assure that citizenry is protected during something like this is to restrict them to certain areas. I'm even laughing as I say.
I know you cannot even believe your own voice, but yeah, fine, I'm listening.
So perhaps it is to say, if we know that you're restricted to certain areas, then we can guarantee your protection. And if you don't go all over the place running helter-skelter, then we can be sure that you're okay here.
That may be the case, but that's not how demonstrations work. You do not demonstrate. You see, if you say that, they'll tell you, you want to demonstrate? We are taking you to Kasarani.
You demonstrate over there.
Yeah. That's not the point. The point is that you want to make it known that you have issues around where the issue is concerned, where the matter is. So, for example, and I want to take the idea that you want to protect people. That's fine. If I give a notice that I want to protest around Harambee Avenue, and you know I'll come with 1 million people, just advise those who have business around that avenue on that day to keep their shops locked and offices locked. They are fewer than the 1 million that I'm going to come with. So it's easier actually to protect those fewer than to say that you want to stop the majority from coming in. And you know, I don't know that I know you know, when a river is flowing, it does not matter what you do to it. You can turn it here, you can block it here, but it will always look for its flow. Demonstrations are in that respect. They take on a life of their own, and they'll move. And you've seen it, that even when you cordon off here, people are still finding a way out here and so on. Basically what we are saying is that it is freedom that we are trying to curtail. Freedom of movement, freedom of expression. But all we are also urging is that all the government needs to do is get this in an orderly fashion. Once you've declared that there's a demonstration, just take care of the security of those installations or those areas that you believe should be protected, But as again I've said, even Parliament is not a sacrosanct place. It's a people's house. And so what we do is just let's ask for respect. I mean, people can demonstrate. The only thing is do not destroy property, do not breach, do not violate, do not cause crimes, do not engage in criminal activities. That's not the message. I mean, I should not beat people on the way. That's not demonstration. I should not destroy people's property. That's not demonstration. But do I have a right to protest, a right to go on hunger strike, a right to sit in a place and be a nuisance? Do I have a right to be a nuisance? Yes. As long as I'm not being offensive, I'm not committing a crime.
All right, guys, if you look at the provisions of this bill, what is of concern besides the amounts that you will pay or the jail time that you'll face is the new paperwork besides the cost.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at the key provisions and a couple of things that have been added here. So under this current bill, you will notify the officers 3 to 14 days. So 3 to 14 days ahead. But you must file extra details. Hire marshals, buy liability insurance, and accept that you pay for anything broken. The current act only asks you to notify and keep and help keep order. That's all. Number 2, there's a wider police discretion here that has been added. So today, police must point to a clear and imminent threat before stopping a march. The 2024 bill lets the regulating officer, in quotes, rewrite or postpone or cancel a protest on their own assessment. While the 2025 amendment lets the interior CS draw red lines on a map that are totally off limits. Now, when you look at these red zones, Section 5B carves out a 100-meter exclusion belt around Parliament, around State House, and courts and other, in quotes, protected areas. Any picket inside that belt becomes a criminal offense. So the organizer on the hook here, if a rogue infiltrator smashes a window, the 2024 bill makes the organizer liable for the bill. Potentially millions, regardless of fault. So when you look at these higher fines, I took time to look at what the other countries have done, because prohibitions on participants here, no one may, at a protest, incite hatred or violence, utter words likely to cause or encourage violence, wear masks or disguises or security force style uniforms. So they're saying you can't wear a mask when you go to a protest or cover yourself. You cannot carry offensive weapons. Now, when you look at the countries, I was just looking at where are they borrowing this thing from, and I quickly made comparisons. Uganda Public Order Management Act, POMA, requires organizers to notify police of any public meeting or demonstrations and gives police broader powers. You look at Zimbabwe, the Maintenance of Peace and Order Act, they actually say you give a 7-day written notice to police, mandatory for any public procession or demonstration, and then police commanders may order preventive detention of organizers who defy the ban. You see where we're borrowing these things from? We go to Ethiopia, still the core national law in Ethiopia, organizers must give 48 hours notice and cannot assemble within 100 meters of embassies, of churches, markets, or within 500 meters of military security premises. In South Africa, the regulation is 500 meters of schools or child care centers unless special permission is granted. So this belt we're creating, we are trying to borrow what else is happening elsewhere in the continent, and we are then saying we are going to use this belt to cover State House, to cover Parliament, and to cover the courts.
And I would have no problem with those belts being created. What I'm concerned about is we cannot use excuses or some of these not necessarily constitutional arguments to kill, to maim, and to abduct. Because see, what we are preparing ourselves for is repression. So we want more law to enable us to oppress, to suppress. We just need a conversation with Kenyans. Remember, what people are demonstrating about are issues.
Yeah.
Why don't we address the issues? And then we do not have a law to protect ourselves from some of these things. So, yes, and we are borrowing them, and our intentions are what I said. What is the mischief here? It's simply to make it impossible for any Kenyan to exercise their right. Now, whatever you say there are issues that you've raised there that are unconstitutional. And whether the law passes today or tomorrow, the courts exercising their discretion and their interpretation of the Constitution will still find some of these things offensive. Because how do you pass on the burden of security to me as an organizer of a demonstration when that is a government responsibility and there is security in Kenya or security police and other apparatus? So basically there are things there that are rather awkward. They are totally unacceptable.
Okay, well, let's take a break and we'll come back and look at the rationale, because it's always good for us to do that comparison and do that analysis of comparison, parallel drawing. But then if we say if it is law and working in some other jurisdictions, the reasoning behind it, and is there a middle ground that you can actually find? Because if we're talking about practicing democracy, these are some of the tenets of democracy, and that's how it's lived out. How do you make sure that happens? Wakili Martins, Dr. Martins, the lawyer is with us in the studio today, and we're looking at this proposed bill, an amendment to one. Let's see what we do when we come back from this break. It's 19 minutes to 8 o'clock. This is a Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it, because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M.
This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life.
Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
Traffic.
All right, we're into traffic hour. Let's take a look at what it looks like on the roads this morning as you get up and about and into business. A lot of traffic on the Eastern Bypass finding its way towards North Airport Road. Keeping an eye on this and see how it's going to develop, but it will probably be okay after a short while. There's also some traffic that comes in towards Jogoo Road this morning, and then it's busy as you come in then towards Landis. So that's all doing the thing there. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway, where traffic had already started to build up quite some earlier, and then taking a look at coming into the city via way of Wangari Maathai Way. A lot of the traffic finding its way into the CBD this morning, coming off of Langata Road, basically going on to Huru Highway, and like we said, coming off of Thika Superhighway, coming in from Westlands, Limuru Road, and then also Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley. It's always also starting to build up now as well, and we'll get into bumper to bumper status in some of these areas, but we're trying to keep things moving. Talk to us about where you find a good route this morning. We'll send folks your way, and we'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It is 16 minutes to 8 o'clock, and our conversation continues with Dr. Martin Zolo, and we're looking into this, what is already being called controversial bill. If we do a bit of a comparison between other nations on the continent, whereby we can draw these parallels, and we look at what has happened before that. If we look at South Africa, for example, still, when we look at world orders or nations, still very young, coming out of apartheid, which essentially came to end in 1991, and that there were all the time in the big cities, in Johannesburg, Pretoria, all over the place, Durban, that folks would come out and they would say, look, we are practicing our right to actually come out and speak, and it was against a particular regime that had took place for the longest time. For them to protect some of these institutions, which we see now playing out in this bill now, would it be wrong of governments to say, okay, we can understand that we want to be within the democratic right to protest, but at the same time there are some institutions that we should protect? If we look at Uganda, we see the same thing happening, whereby almost walking down the street in some cases was a crime. Wanting to protect those institutions. Where do they draw all of this from?
You see, it's okay. I mean, and let's also accept that maybe there have been a few overreaches. Running over a police station, taking guns, burning a police station, or running over a court, a courtroom, and violating it, is not excusable. It is really out of bounds. That's criminal. So we must accept that they have some, and let's deal with the crime. Let's say we know, Dennis, this is what you've done, and this is a crime. To burn arson is a crime. Everything that we are talking about already is a crime. To go to a military station, barracks or whatever it is, with an intention to invade it, would amount to a violation. So there are things that already are unlawful. If I went to Parliament and I was peaceful and I was standing there, and the only thing maybe I'm doing is obstructing parliamentarians from coming out or going in, but they are also walking under the tunnel, there's nothing I'm committing there. There's no violation there. So to go to State House and just demonstrate outside the gate is okay. Not touch, not destroy anything. So basically what we are saying is that we shouldn't be fearing. We should not be scaring or be scared of ourselves from ourselves. All we should be asking ourselves is, look, you have a right, do it, but do it without violating other rights. That's all we should be saying. And the Constitution says so, and we also know. I mean, you are here, you have a job to do. I can't come here with a rungu and start, chasing you around. I know that that's violating, that's going beyond my limit. So we have to come to that understanding. And yes, there's some necessary element of protection, and that's why police guard banks or central bank or whatever it is. Because if you don't do that, people will come in the name of peaceful demonstration only to invade it and only to commit a burglary. No problem. All we want to say is that we have enough laws, enough rules and regulations. We don't need more and more. Remember, we've come from far. We've come from the days of single party. We have now multi-party. We have enough political parties, for example, so we don't even need another law against it or for it. So we have enough freedom, we have enough provisions, we don't need more.
Okili, you look at this law, and one thing that comes out is in the current Article 37, all I need to do is notify you. I do not need permission. But you look at what is being proposed is, I would need permission from a cabinet secretary who would then say, go here. If they feel as though this is not safe, they would actually say no to it. But you look at these and put it together with the training of police officers, because you look at demonstrations that we have every other day, and police come to fight. They don't come to provide security, they come to fight, and comes in with the training of police officers in terms of making sure that they are ready to handle protests, not to fight with the protest. And one would ask the question, how do we then get the balance that the government does not come to fight? They address what is fundamental in terms of, let us equip our police officers in terms of training so that they're able to handle these protesters well, as well as ensuring that the rights that are in the Constitution are actually followed to the T. Should that be the route that we are following?
And you're right. In fact, I'm smiling because the approach of our police, the approach of the executive, the approach of the president and his cabinet is that every time there are demonstrations, they want to overthrow the government. That's the approach. Therefore, you block the road to State House, you block this, you fight, you bring up tear gas, you bring up water cannons. That's the approach. And maybe they have something to fear about. Maybe they have something to fear about. But the intention really is that the demonstrators are expressing themselves. They are saying it loudly that they are unhappy about one or two things. So the solution then is, if you are in the government, is fix that is broken. And nobody will come to demonstrate against you. And nobody is interested in removing the president from office. They are simply asking the president, be accountable while in the office, or fulfill your promises. Now, if you don't want to fulfill the promises, tell Kenyans, come out and tell them, no, even if you shout, I will not, because I've since changed my mind. And that's fine. They'll wait for you in 5 years, they'll do an election, and that's not a problem. So there is a place where we must accept. Kenyans have given you power. Kenyans are free to express themselves. Whether they like you or not, they're free to say. And you too you have freedom. You can talk. You can say, look, guys, you have given me power. Wait for 5 years. You can remove me if you want. But for now, I'm busy. And if you're doing things that make sense to them, they will come back and say, yeah. We didn't think we were right. But if you don't make sense to them, they will exercise their right to vote you out.
Maybe we need some help sometimes. Usually, that when we're being taught, in school, at the very primary level of school, even way up to universities, even at the master's, PhD level, that you sometimes need an example. That the theory is taught, we read it from the books, but then usually we will do a case study at some point. We'll be given an example of this thing that has been taught in theory, right?
Yes.
So what are examples of nations that are living out a democracy where the people are able to live or operate under the auspices of their supreme law while keeping the rule of law and while government also is able to keep things within the lines? Can these things all exist in the same space?
Absolutely.
And if they can, where on this earth is it happening?
I don't even want to go far. I want to use Kenya.
Okay.
Remember that during Kenyatta's time, the constitution was changed several times. Now, the reasons behind the change of the constitution, according to Kenyatta and his cronies at that time, was he needed more certainty and more power to rule. And so his intentions were that if I remove this multi-party thing, if I kill this Majimbo thing, I'll rule better. Now, you can see the logic behind it. Did that stop Kenyans from pushing for a new constitution? No. They kept on pushing. They kept on saying, no. We don't want this, we don't want this. Enter Moi. Fairly repressive. He is told that, Kenya is a multi-party state. Says, no. Change it. Change section 2. Put in section 2A, one party state. Agitations come. He says, okay, let's remove it. Again, you can see that whenever people are expressing themselves, leaders respond positively or sometimes not the way they want, but they respond. Look at IPPG. IPPG was a negotiated space to buy more time. So he had 10 years.
Yeah.
And after that, multi-party kicked in and his term ended. And he actually left. Remember, he gave us Uhuru against, everybody's expectation. We voted the way we voted. And he accepted our results. Again, that's the rule of law. You have, your term has expired, you have tried to influence transition, and it has not happened. Look at Uhuru. Uhuru had an opportunity to install Raila as his successor. He tried everything. It didn't work. He didn't refuse. He agreed, he went, and Raila did not go to Bondo, but hung around. So the point I'm making is that every time Kenyans have expressed themselves, there have been movements, sometimes positive moments. When we didn't like the constitution, we were able not to agree in 205, but eventually in 2010 we agreed on this constitution.
And how can that happen today, where there seems to be so much public furore, and folks are asking the question, then how do we get out of this space where it seems to be so difficult at the moment?
You know, Kenyans are not asking for anything new. They are saying, be accountable to our constitution. They are saying Article 10 gives us principles and values we should live by. They are saying, those of you in leadership, be accountable. The solution is those in leadership should be accountable. Is there an opportunity for those who are seeing them not accountable to act? Yes. An election is coming. Of course, that is also another issue, because we don't know whether we have an IBC, it has not been sworn in, and so on. That is another one. But certainly we have a mechanism in our constitution that says elections be held every 5 years. So there is a way in which, even if we don't like what is happening now, we can wait and express that during the... But that doesn't mean we cannot demonstrate. We should. That doesn't mean that we cannot speak. We should. But the government also should know that it has a time within which to deliver or not. Now it is past half-term. It's past half-term. Now, after half-term, it is now having to address issues of re-election. There are many people who have offered themselves, including one guest that you'll have later. And that is their right. Because they believe maybe they have what it takes to be leaders, and therefore they can come and express themselves. So basically what I'm saying is that there is nothing wrong with the current constitution. There is everything wrong about our intention not to want to have dialogue, not to want to speak to each other, or to take each other for granted. And that's what is causing more dissent.
So, Kelly, so far, the Public Order Amendment Bill 2025, sponsored by Esther Passaris, is already in motion. Now, the bill is going to be scrutinized by the Narok West MP Gabriel Tongoyo-led committee, which has powers then to accept the proposed changes and take the views of other agencies before doing a report to the House for consideration during the second reading. Is there recourse for Kenyans? Can somebody then go to court to stop this? They are doing this, and they will still push this by the look of things, because of the numbers that they have in the National Assembly. Chances are they will push for this. But where do Kenyans stand? What can we do, or what can people do?
In a democracy, what Kenyans should do is to reach out to their members of parliament and to express their displeasure with these amendments. And what will those members of parliament be expected to do? They'll be expected to vote against it. And Kenyans who do not like what their members of parliament will do, if they vote for this, they have a reason to vote them out when the time comes. They can say, we voted this way, we didn't like it. So there's that avenue, is a democratic avenue. But the other democracies that allow the National Assembly to go through the motions, let them pass it, and let the president assent to it, then we will go to court and say portions of this law are unconstitutional. And the courts have time without number made that statement, that this provision violates this constitution. For example, the constitution says notify. This law is saying seek permission. Now, that is a violation of that. And in this case, the constitution is more superior than the law you pass. And therefore, if you make that argument, the courts are likely to agree with you and say that provision requiring the police to give permission or counsel is unconstitutional. So there is a process we must go through in a democracy, in the rule of law, and we should follow all those things.
But if the president signs it into law and this issue is taken to court, will it then be suspended pending the courts?
Now, those are all avenues that you can canvass. Can the courts do that? Yes, they've suspended the law and said until this and this is decided. Will they say, okay, let's go through the end, the law is already in place, do not implement it, or whatever you pray for, if you're going to court, is likely to be given, or is likely to be a process. But at the end of it all, the question was as to whether there are some unconstitutional provisions in that law will be a question at the High Court, will be a question of the Court of Appeal, and will be the question at the Supreme Court. Now I'm talking about the rule of law. I'm talking about how we need to progress if the president assents to it. But I'm also thinking that there are enough reasonable Kenyans in the National Assembly who are listening to us now, or even through the newspapers, who will say, no, let us expunge those provisions that will be problematic to the extent that they can do that, and they can actually make those amendments and pass something that maybe we can live with. Essentially, what we are saying is that we know what the intentions are, but to the extent that it will violate the Constitution, there is room for that to be fixed. And if it's not fixed, there is room for that to be litigated. And it's a litigation process that must end, if necessary, at the Supreme Court.
But Okili, if you look at let's talk about demonstrations. Whenever they're called for, it is for a certain purpose. There's something that is being pushed. But what is not being addressed is the issues and concerns Kenyans are following. You reckon that perhaps if Kenyans were heard, there would be no need for all these laws?
Just like in your home, if you run your home well, you will never know whether there are problems there. But if you run it badly, your children will be in court. They'll take, they'll be all over the place. So Kenya is a good place, and let's all enjoy being in it. But again, if we are in the leadership, let us do that Kenyans expect of us. And you can't fight against or fight with Kenyans. You must only listen to them. That's what I would say.
Wakili Dr. Martins Olo, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Want to look at it will be interesting times ahead to see what happens. Hopefully that public perception can be taken into consideration even when laws are being made. Thank you so much for being here this morning, starting off Kenya's biggest conversation at 8 a.m. Conversations continue after this.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As Kenyans prepare to mark Saba Saba Day on Monday next week, human rights activists in Kisumu County have vowed to take to the streets to commemorate the 1990 protests for multi-party democracy and human rights. Led by Dick Orongo, they've emphasized the need for Kenyans to protest.
It's essential that we participate in Saba Saba, and I can urge all our members, all our citizens, active citizens within Kisumu, wakazi wa Kisumu, youth from around the region, and all over from the greater Nyanza region. This is a system that doesn't work for the common mwananchi. This is a system that needs to change. This is a system that must change because of us. And as they did it on Saba Saba, Kina Raila, Gitobu Imanyara, we are also coming out as the youth of this generation to fight for our rights. Even if we love peace, at what end? There is no peace with repression.
The activists have maintained that they'll take to the streets to pressure the government to address the issues raised by Gen Zs.
Dialogue is something that inaweza fanyika if someone is willing to listen. But this is a government that is not willing to listen. This is a government that's hell-bent on being repressive. And I think that's what we are seeing right now. If people can come out in their numbers and maybe they are being repressed by goons, ama governor leta ma police, and then they go out very openly saying that, ukiwaona we piga risasi. Now, wapi room ya dialogue hapo? When all CS can say, ukiona watu we piga risasi hata usinini. Where is room for dialogue in that conversation?
In Nyeri County, this man told our reporter why he'll be taking to the streets.
Kama kutakuwa na maandamano mimi nitaandamana juu nimeona watoto wamekufa sana. So mimi naandamana juu ya ile judicial extra killing imekuwa juu sana. Tunaona mtu anapigwa risasi bure. So tunasema maandamano, mimi nasema kwangu maandamano itasaidia kuacha kama hiyo mambo ya extra judicial killing itaisha.
This comes a day after the National Alternative Alliance expressed concerns over the incapacity of the current security chiefs to manage peaceful demonstrations, saying the public has lost trust in them. The umbrella body hosting 19 political outfits urged President William Ruth to sack Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen and top security chiefs to ease public anger. Members of the National Security Committee have welcomed a new legislative proposal by Nairobi Woman Rep Esther Passaris aimed at regulating public protests. Passaris says the proposed bill seeks to protect key democratic institutions by establishing a 100-meter no-protest zone around Parliament, State House, courts and other designated areas. It will also give the Interior Cabinet Secretary powers to designate official demonstration zones in urban areas. Passaris defended the bill, citing recent violent protests, saying they were occasioned by looting, rape and destruction of property.
The bill is not an attempt to muzzle dissent. It is a measure to ensure that protests are not hijacked by violence and that no Kenyan, be it a protester, a police officer, a bystander, suffers unjustly in the exercise of a right. Order is not the enemy of democracy, it is the foundation. We must protect the republic from disorder and ensure that the exercise of one's right does not become the infringement of another's safety. I urge this committee to support the bill, not for the government, not for parliament, but for every Kenyan who values peace.
Residents of Lekichojo sub-county in Turkana County have condemned the chaos that erupted during the funeral of Deputy Speaker and former Nanam MCA Philip Ekuwom. The chaos erupted when Turkana South MP John Ariko clashed with a group of youths shortly after he addressed mourners.
Mali pa kufanya masishi si mali pa kuja kuomba kura, si mali pa kukuja kupiga siasa, na ile tumekuja kupumzisha mtu katika siku zake za mwisho za kuapa duniani.
Pia viongozi wetu kama excellency governor nataka tupatie nafasi mzuri ya kufanya kazi. Tusiletee kiongozi wetu aibu.
Tungejua ya kuwa nyinyi mnakuja kutufuruga sisi kwa mazishi ya kiongozi wetu, hata tungekubali muingie tu kwa hii sub county.
Haikubaliwi siasa ileto kwa mali watu wanahusinika kweli wanalia mtu yao. Ni makosa kubwa sana. Na kwa sisi ambaye watu ya Lokichogyo sub county kweli hatukufurahia.
The High Court has ordered the Director of Criminal Investigations, Mohammed Amin, to personally appear in court tomorrow to produce missing blogger Ndiangui Kinyagia, dead or alive. Justice Chacha Mwita issued the order after the Law Society of Kenya intervened following Kinyagia's disappearance 12 days ago. Despite earlier court instructions, the state failed to comply, prompting Justice Mwita to impose new conditions. Senior counsel Martha Karua told the court that the DCI had admitted that Kinyagia was a man of interest and detectives had visited his residence. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM Kisumu.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe, we are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samuel Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on in traffic at a few minutes after 8 o'clock. And it's going that quickly. Still on the Thika Superhighway, traffic coming in through Survey and then into the CBD. And it's also busy on Kiambu Road. We're seeing some traffic then heavy on Limuru Road, and we're looking at Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley, also starting to build. It's been building for a while on Gong Road and also coming off of Raila Odinga Way, which in turn comes off of Langata Road. So that whole part, everybody's heading towards the city and in some cases out of it. The Northern Bypass has a smidgen of traffic as it also comes in through from Thidigwa. So Kiambu County is giving Nairobi traffic warning. Keeping an eye on all of this and trying to keep it moving, folks. Let's do it, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 11 minutes after 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. We're getting into the third hour of our conversations this morning. And we get into one with, you know how they say when you look for gold, you look for it and then sometimes you won't find it. You might get into a mine and you could dig for months and you wouldn't find it. But then finally, you hit something. Right? And then they take it to the water and they start to swirl and they swirl, and then it's starting to glitter, and in this case it actually is gold. That's how you look for it, and that's how we've looked for one gentleman who's in the hot seat already this morning, Justice David Maraga, Emeritus Chief Justice. Good morning.
Good morning, honey. Thank you.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Karibu sana. Thank you for being here this morning.
Yes.
You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room, and we're starting off the morning with a conversation with you. And I say what I said because we did, soon after you said certain things and you declared certain things, we started looking for you from that point. But here we are now, and we have an opportunity to discuss all those things and the length and breadth of their importance. So thank you for coming this morning. Let's welcome you properly. You have practiced interpretation for the longest time. Dennis is going to share a proverb from one of Africa's countries, and we'd like to hear your interpretation of that as we start things this morning.
The country we're in, due to its plateaus, hills and rivers, is considered to be the heart of Africa. In 2019, it changed its capital from Bujumbura to Gitega. We're talking about Burundi. And in this country, the proverb that we have today is all about the drums, and this also relates to the beautiful culture they have of the drums and how they balance it in the head. Still remains being a mystery, but it's what Burundians are known for across the world. Now, when the drum sounds, it's not for one person. When the drum sounds, it's not for one person. How would you interpret that?
When the drum sounds, it is for everyone. What I understand that to mean is that it's a call to action. It is a call to getting together, and doing what is required to be done. Yes.
Well put.
Well put. So, times are very interesting where we are right now, Justice Maraga, and I want to take you back some years where towards the end of your tenure as Chief Justice, one of the things that you recommended, very strongly so, was that we just are not getting things right. So one of the things that needs to happen, and I'm just using layman's terms here, is that Parliament needed to be dissolved, and let's start from the beginning. We're going to tie that into the current happenings in the nation, and also then into the positions that you would like to take later on. But at that time, you made a recommendation that Parliament be dissolved, and let's start from the beginning. Why did you do that then?
The Constitution, thank you, my sister. The Constitution commanded me to. I said that at that time. It is the same thing I'm saying now. Let's go back, let's reset the country back to constitutionalism. Why constitutionalism? We have the best constitution, one of the best constitutions in the world, with very, very many provisions, human rights, the most elaborate bill of human rights, and laws. What happened in the towards the end of my term? The Constitution required Parliament to enact legislation to have gender balance, so that no one gender is more than as more than 2/3 of the slots in government and in institutions. So they were required to enact a law to implement that, and they were given 5 years. 5 years went on. They would bring bills to Parliament, play around with them, and then they don't pass. And the Constitution required that if there are petitions made by any Kenyan, the Chief Justice, if it merits, it should recommend to the President to dissolve Parliament. Why was that necessary? That was necessary so that the parliamentarians would see how serious that provision was. They failed. I had eight petitions. I served them on Parliament. I served them on the Executive, the Attorney General. They made submissions, written submissions. I considered them. I didn't find any good reason why they had not enacted the legislation. So I made the recommendation as I was required by the Constitution.
It's married to the entire conversation around the adherence to the rule of law, and that there are certain things which are not suggestions. They're not picked from the menu kind of thing, how Correct. You're feeling on a Wednesday morning.
Yes.
It's the rule of law. It's required that everybody goes along with those things.
Yes.
Did you see at that time that there was an issue with the adherence to the rule of law? Do you see that there is one today?
Yes. That time there were quite a number of government officials, as that time and even now, who are disobeying the law left, right, and center. But it is worse now. It is worse. It is much worse now. So, what does that require? When we talk about constitutionalism, when we talk about the rule of law requires that everybody obeys the law, starting with the president himself, the head of state. You know, there is that notion, a wrong notion the public have, that the president is above the law. That's not what it means. What it means is that you can't take the president when he is a sitting president to court. But if he disobeys the law, if he flouts anybody's rights, as soon as he gets out of that position, he can be taken to court. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that we want to reset the country back to constitutionalism, so that the law, the constitution and the law are obeyed by everyone, starting from the top. And you know, when you do that, you send a message to everyone. that the law has to be obeyed. You have got to end impunity. When you are in a lawless country, as if I may put that so, impunity reigns. People can decide to do what they want to do, and you know that is a recipe for anarchy. Yeah. That's a recipe for anarchy. So we have to get back to where we are supposed to.
So, Chief Justice, when you talk about constitutionalism, we have these centers of power. So you have the executive, which with the current state of affairs in this nation appears to be practicing that impunity. We have today concerns that Parliament is captured by the very executive. Then there are also concerns that the judiciary that looks into all these matters is also somewhat playing wishy-washy. It's not coming out clear out of all these institutions who is really upholding our constitutions as Kenyans go to the streets. My question to you, looking back at your own legacy and where we are today as a nation, and looking specifically at the legacy of the judiciary, would you evaluate the current judiciary and the Chief Justice Martha Koome compared to the judiciary left behind? How would you evaluate the two?
Thank you, Okari. I sometimes don't want to compare myself with somebody else, because everyone has his own style of leadership, and you know there are times you might find that even the conditions under which I operated as compared with those under which the current judiciary is operating may be different. I'm talking about funding. Funding is critical for an institution. With the number of cases now increasing by the day, but without commensurate increase of charges and magistrates, the situation would be difficult. But let me say about the institutions. You have talked about Parliament being captured. Yeah, you can see that. Like you see, like the case that took the Gen Zs to the streets was the bill, the finance bill. The Gen Zs were saying, look, you need to look at this more carefully. And the MPs, if I remember well, the conversation was, okay, we are past it. Utadu? It's like, what are you going to do? We are past it. That's why they went there, and I'm told that some MPs were whisked out of Parliament at that time for their own safety. So that is when Parliament has been captured. If Parliament were acting on its own, independently, without any interference, they would perhaps have passed the finance bill but with amendments, take into account the issues that the Gen Zs were raising, and we would not have gotten into that situation. So institutional capture by the executive is a terrible thing. Now the institutions, and you know, the capture is not just a situation where you are told what to do. You are given a mandate, then you are starved of funds, and you can't be able to discharge that. When you say, look, I don't have money, I do this, sometimes somebody doesn't even have to tell you, look, listen to what I'm saying first before I can give you money. But you can read it on their faces, if you want me to use that expression of reading on their faces. You can hear what the conversation is out here. Somebody is saying, look, the judiciary is doing this, they are hampering. Like there was a time when they were saying the judiciary is interfering with Parliament. And when that comes and you hear them talking, what they are telling you is that play ball and we will give you funds.
And did you at your time face the pressure for capture during your tenure?
I think I am one of the the Chief Justice who faced the greatest pressure because of the 2017 judgment. If you may allow me to, 2017 judgment, some people said, look, why is Maraga behaving like this? The president has garnered more votes than anybody else. But when you looked at the evidence, how did he garner that? And we went into the process. We went to. I don't want to repeat what we done. I mean, we so that for me to leave or to uphold the constitution, I had no choice but to like my 3 other judges, but to reject the what the election. To annul the election. So after that, budget cuts were the order of the day for the judiciary.
Do you connect the two? Do you say that because it was very clear, we remember your words very clearly, that on the issue of procedure, then you had no choice but to call the election null and void and then to recommend that a new election take place. Are you saying that as a result of that, because we did hear former President Uhuru Kenyatta register his dissatisfaction, I guess I'm putting that lightly, in that decision. So are you saying that budget cuts and other things came as a result of that announcement, even though you did recommend and then went on to accept the results of a secondary election?
Yes, that the budget cuts were as a result of that. Of course, there's a time they said that there were budget cuts in all the institutions in the country. But the judiciary was hit most when they said that there was going to be budget cuts by a half. Some of the budget lines, I remember that's the time we were planning for digitization of the judicial processes. And we needed a lot of money. We had, I remember vividly, we had about 400 million shillings for IT. Instead of taking half, they took the whole of it. And what that meant is, we were rendered unable to process that. But thank God I had a very good relationship with the development partners. They are the ones who gave me funds to start the digitization of the judicial processes. And later on now it peaked and you know what it is now. People are able to hear cases from their homes. Lawyers are able to do their cases from the comforts of their homes. And that what that means is it saves a lot of time for everyone. And it's a process. In fact, some lawyers have told me that, CJ, if there is anything as far as they are concerned that I did that was wonderful for them, is that process of having now using IT, and now they are able to do cases virtually.
So CJ, if you look at in terms of constitutionalism and rule of law, one would go back, say, to the 2017 decision that was made, and you remember the statement that came out after that was, we shall revisit. And the revisiting that happened was the budget cuts that you're talking about right now. But forward to that, you now see court orders not being respected by the highest office in land. You look at even in the current dispensation, the way court orders are not being respected by the leadership. Talk about police officers, the deputy IG being summoned 7 times and still not showing up, and it's still continuing even as we speak today. So in terms of resetting the country and the citizenry to respect the rule of law, what kind of president has the leadership in terms of disrespecting court orders done to the country and to the citizenry?
Thank you. I think the first thing what he has done is actually to delegitimize himself. You can't call people to obey the law which you are yourself disobeying. Talk of double standards. And you know what that means is that, as I said, that brings in impunity. And the impunity, supposing you are asked to, say, vacate this office, there's a court order for you to vacate this office because, it belongs to somebody else, and you refuse. That somebody will come here with a gun. And what are you talking about? It is going to lead to lawlessness. So the disregard of court orders, not only court orders, and even several provisions of the Constitution and the Acts, is a very, very sad state of affairs in our country. Very, very sad state of affairs. And you know, by the way, because it is being done from the top echelons of the administration, it is being done right into the village. It is being done right into the village. I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they says, look, I bought a piece of land. Somebody, after some time, he changes and he doesn't want to go on with the sale. And he comes, beginning breaking my buildings. When I complain, he says, look, where are you going to take me? I know the police. I know the police. You can go and report to the police and we will see what is done. And sure enough, he said he reported, but nothing has been done for several months. So that's what I'm saying. You when you set that example from the top, it goes down all to the society, and that is chaos. And there are many people suffering because of what the president and his team are doing in administration.
And it is that impunity that you're speaking of that is leading the Gen Z to go to the streets. And you recently marched with the Gen Z, just to fast forward. We'll be skirting around these issues, going back and forth, but to just take you to the latest incidents. You recently marched with the Gen Zs on the streets. We saw you. Some critics, and you were largely discussed in the National Assembly, and your critics said that your participation in the protests undermined your impartiality as expected of a former Chief Justice, so to speak. What's your response to that? And as a result of that, your security was withdrawn. Has it been reinstated?
Thank you. You know, the victims, the families of the victims of the 2024 Gen Z demonstration that led to about 60 deaths and several others injured, felt that they, on their own, I had nothing. I was not concerned, but I was told, look, they have arranged to come and march, lay flowers, and so that their loved ones are not forgotten. I said, look, yeah, these people have a cause. These people have a cause. They have lost their loved ones. And I felt sympathetic, and I said, look, this is a cause I wanted to identify myself with. First of all, to go in solidarity with those families. And secondly, and for me, that march should be, a broad view should be taken of that march. What are they telling the nation? This should not happen to anybody else. That time, it is those victims who suffered. It could be you tomorrow. So that message. So I went to with the families. In fact, we went to there is a restaurant across Nation Center, where the mothers and family members, siblings of some of the victims were, and we started marching to. You see that statue on Kimati Street?
Yes,
that's where they wanted to lay the flowers. So we started. We didn't even move 20 meters before tear gas was shot to us. I have had claims that some people went and blocked the road and set fire on tires.
Yes.
That was not there, I can assure you that. Those people were peaceful. One other thing we should remember, the police themselves had promised that the families of the deceased persons would be assisted, would be facilitated. In fact, they said even the police would be there with them. So that is the last thing I expected. Now to come round and say that I didn't behave well, that's their opinion, and in my view, extremely wrong. We are supposed to be heartless. We are supposed not to be concerned. If they are not concerned, some of us are. Some of us are.
And your security was withdrawn?
My security was withdrawn. It has been restored. In fact, some have not been asked to come back, even as we speak. They started with my driver and the bodyguards, but they have restored the driver. One bodyguard is yet to come back. Then they came one morning. I wake up and I'm told by one of my people at home that they have picked the security who were at the gate. They went away, but that was restored yesterday.
But your security detail, your driver, you speak to them. You are with them nearly constantly all the time. When they are being withdrawn, just to understand, when they're being withdrawn, do they come and tell you, sir, we've been told we are leaving? Or do they just disappear? You wake up and your driver is not there, your security detail is not there. Do they tell you who has given the order to withdraw them?
In this case, what I was told is that they were rang to go to report to their office, their bases, not to come to my home, but instead to report to their bases.
So pretty much even when the withdrawal was happening, there is no notification or reasons given to you as to why they were being withdrawn?
No. But there was no notice at all.
But even while at it, as CJ, you went to the street. I saw Mama Rex holding your hand after the tear gas was lobbed. And even while at it, when you hear Gladys Bose saying that you misbehaved, but one asked the question, are you a Kenyan first? Do you have the right to go demonstrate? Or once you're a CJ, that right has been taken away from you? Just to make us understand. And even when you're with the families of the victims, when you speak to them, what did they tell you? For context,
what they told me, let's start with their case. What they told me is that they are aggrieved. They are terribly aggrieved. In fact, you would see people who are mourning, who are still mourning. They said, look, our loved ones were killed, they were maimed, and nothing has been done about that. They can't put an end to that. So they said, look, to our loved ones, they didn't deserve any life. Yeah? They are not like any other Kenyans. So they were grieving. They are grieving. The people were grieving. Now, when it comes to me, I have a right. I have a right also to if there is something which is not being done under Article 37, I have a right to express that by a demonstration, as long as the demonstration is peaceful. You are not breaking any law. We have had a lot of allegations that those people have broken the law. They have broken into shops. The breakages are there, and I feel for the owners of those businesses. What is the purpose of those who want to march giving notice to the police? They are giving notice to the police so that the police can anticipate what would come, because there could be goons, there could be thieves who want to take advantage of that and break. So the notice, in my understanding, is supposed to tell the police, look, we are marching. We don't know what the other people will do.
No, to
take care. Provide security. Anticipate where, for example, there is going to be looting, and provide security.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a break because I have a question and we might need a break before that one to hear what your answer is going to be about that. He's the 14th Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Kenya, and we're asking questions around, or having a conversation really, around the political dispensation in which we find ourselves, and also about constitutional order. David Maraga is here, and he's also saying, look, you know what, I want an opportunity to be president of Kenya, and we'll get into that conversation a little bit more when we come back from this break. It's 21 minutes to 9 o'clock. Continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees. It's partly sunny at 16 in Nakuru, and at 15, Nyeri is partly sunny. 17 and sunny in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 24. Malindi is mostly sunny at 26. 20 and mostly sunny, 21, I beg your pardon, in Kisumu, and it's 20 in Kakamega. 19 and mostly cloudy into Kampala, while it's sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. 8 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 26 is sunny. Addis Ababa is 15 and sunny. Mostly sunny at 26 in Lagos, while Kinshasa at 21 is cloudy.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
It is a busy morning in the city, and we're looking at traffic. And in the country, one would assume, as many children going back to school. So this week, it's probably going to be heightened levels of traffic, as we saw starting yesterday. So give us a shout out from wherever you are in the city or in parts of the country. Let us know how you can get things moving a little bit easier. If you're on the Thika Superhighway, traffic is now reduced to right around Survey going towards the Pangani underpass, and it's very busy. Look at Langata Road. Traffic is coming off Magadi Road, then spilling over towards the Huru Gardens interchange, out then towards Huru Gardens itself, and then a lot of that traffic coming in from Bagavi Way, rather Raila Odinga Way, and onto Raila Odinga Way. So folks trying to find their way to the city the fastest route possible. We'll keep things moving as much as we can. Shout out to us about what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This June on Next Superstar, the pressure is on. The search for Africa's next hitmaker just got fiercer. Don't miss a moment. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next high bouquet for 60 days. It's vocal battles, show-stopping performances, and edge-of-your-seat showdowns. Who will judges Motive, Size 8, and King Kaka choose to move on to the next round? You can also buy a DTT StarTimes decoder at our business halls countrywide. Dial *858# for self-service, or call our customer care on 0730-710077. Offer starts June 13th to August 16th, 2025. Terms and conditions apply. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
At 18 minutes to 9 o'clock, Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga is our guest this hour, and we're looking into, it's a plethora of issues when we have this conversation, where we're coming in from a judicial standpoint, going towards constitutional order, and then what we see about what would the next leadership look like. And even as we did see the protests come, there are social justice issues that are taking place here. There are constitutional issues that are taking place here. There are presidential issues that are all taking place here. And in the light of that, you joined the protest. There was a lot of castigation that came out, as we've established here. And then the difficult question comes that, having been Chief Justice Emeritus, if you were not putting yourself in a position whereby you wanted the Kenyan people to choose you for president, would we have seen you in the streets joining the protest with those who were bereaved?
I may not have come directly like that because of quite a number of issues. I'm not saying I came because I'm fighting for president, but I would in one way or the other sympathize with those people, see what I could do to assist them. I mean, let's my sister, let's look at what prompted all this.
Yeah.
I want to tell the Kenyans that where we are at the moment, with the level of impunity where we are, we can't go on like this. As I've said, we go on like this, we are going to, this is a recipe for anarchy. We must restore back our country to where it is supposed to be under the Constitution. So with that, we have seen how human life has been actually almost abased. When you go killing people, when you go maiming people, whom you are supposed to protect, what does that tell you? What that tells you is that, the administration, this administration, has no regard for human dignity.
Right.
So we want to restore the human dignity that the Kenyans deserve.
And it's interesting because even after your term as Chief Justice, you were then given a position as the lead on a committee that was going to go into police reforms.
Yes.
And it is interesting that we speak about those excesses now, and you then delivered a report last year around what needed to change. Give us a few highlights from that vis-a-vis what we see currently, whereby unfortunately now very glaring reports about what has come out in terms of those excesses which were in that report.
Yes, thank you very much. I was asked, under the act, the retirement of Chief Justices, Deputy Presidents, and that's why we have even the retirement package. The act requires you to serve in any capacity that you may be requested. So my appointment to the police reform task force was in that under that provision, under those provisions. So when I was asked to look into that, the first thing the task force did was to assess the previous reports on police reform and even prison reforms. And there are several reports, there were several recommendations that had been made in the past, but that had not been implemented fully. You just lip service, and the police remain frustrated. They can't perform their duties properly, and I think that was what was felt in the run-up to the 2022 general elections. And they promised they would go. They would look into their welfare. So when we went around the country, as you may be aware, we got views from the public, we got views from the police themselves, both junior and senior police officers, and what we came up with was that there's a lot of disregard for the law. The junior officers were complaining that they are not listened to. They are just told to do this or that. They are not facilitated. And you find that somebody goes to the police station to report a crime, and the OCS has no way of dealing with that because he has no fuel. When you go into the details, you find that the funds allocated for fuel has been utilized for something else or has been misappropriated.
By who?
By the either the police seniors and others. So, as a result of that, and the housing, the things like the housing, and we looked and found out that even the salaries, the way the salaries and the salary commission was doing it was wrong. Because the criteria they were following was wrong. Putting the police in the category of clerks is not, those don't match. So we made recommendations and quite a number of recommendations. A few of them have been implemented. There are main ones, the main ones which have not been recommended. Because we established that one major problem with the police is control by the executive. I have heard people talk about the police being independent. When you control the leadership of the police, what do you expect? The Constitution provides for a competitive recruitment. Article 232 provides for competitive recruitment to especially senior positions. That was removed in 2015 by an amendment to the Police Act. So one of our recommendations was that restore that competitive recruitment, so that when the IG, for example, is appointed through a competitive process, he will be there and he will be independent. Of course, he will have respect for the president, because by the nature of their work, they must work with the president, maintain order, restore peace, and maintain peace. But there are operational aspects that the IG, the president can tell the IG, and the IG tells him, no, Your Excellency, I can't do that. The law does not allow me to do that. Now, with that removed, now the president is the one who appoints, as it were, he picks who he wants, and he takes him to Parliament for vetting. That person is loyalty is first to the president, so he will do what the president requires him to do. And what that ends up with is that the police have now been weaponized against the opponents of the executive.
And so this control, so this control you're talking about, was the complaint coming from the police themselves that, look, we're being controlled by the executive? Was it coming from them?
The juniors, especially the junior officers, told us whenever they complained, they were told, look, those are orders from above. Those are orders from above, and you could feel it. Even when you speak to the senior officers, and we met quite a number of senior officers. By the way, the police service has quite a number of very learned police officers who could do a wonderful job, but they are not given an opportunity. When it comes to promotions, it is who you know to be promoted. And we said, no, this is not right. So quite a number of those, police officers, intelligent and well-educated, are not given an opportunity. And as a result, they are frustrated and they can't work. So because of that, we recommended that there should be a structured promotion process that gives a chance to everybody to aspire for higher positions and be interviewed and he advances in his career. So my understanding is that with that kind of recruitment and the way even their funding is done, they are beholden to the executive, and they have to take their orders and their wishes. Given an opportunity, if I'm privileged to lead this country, I would restore that independence to the police, so that the police are independent. The police can come and tell you, Your Excellency, you said this, but the Constitution doesn't allow us to do that. And I would respect that. And that is not only to the police, it is to very many institutions. The institutions are there, and they are being interfered with. In fact, including, you know it, including even our universities. When leadership in the universities is interfered with, the freedom of thought, the freedom of action is removed. The institutions have been emasculated. Given an opportunity, that's what we will restore, so that the institutions are given their independence. Institutions are well facilitated to do what they are supposed to do.
Chief Justice, where my concern comes in is in your report, because you borrowed a lot from the previous reports on police reforms, from the Kavuludi-led reform task force now to yours, which is the most recent. And through the entire process of reforms, going into your report, there's a lot of heaviness towards administrative and to some extent operational look on the police itself. Going with the recent events that we've seen during these protests and the behavior of police through the training curriculum and change of culture, isn't there a concern that you may change emoluments, you may change housing, you may change the independence of the officers, but when it comes to training, that element and understanding the Constitution and the Public Order Act and understanding all these things, when they come to the streets, you don't see it. It doesn't match to all the things that you're talking about in terms of administration and operational. Where is the disconnect?
Thank you very much. One of the major recommendations we gave was training. We felt it. First of all, the training given at Kiganjo is very, very short. The period is very, very short. We recommended that the period be extended. Why? Because when the recruitment is completed, the major training at Kiganjo is drills. Drills, but they are supposed to be taken through, for example, the Bill of Rights, how they should respect human rights. That one is given lip service, and as a result, the police are ill-equipped. Now, the other thing is, you know, we moved from a police force to a police service. The police is even supposed to be oversighted by the public, to be by the public. We found that is completely disregarded. The public have no say in what the police do in the villages, and it is as a result of that training, that mentality, the colonial police mentality, in my view, has not been removed completely. You know, the colonial police mentality was to control. Here, we are a service. I mean, they are supposed to be a service. So that is the problem. So we recommended training, and even that's why I talked about promotion on merit, so that you get people who understand what they are supposed to do.
How will you then work on those recommendations? I think it's important because, I mean, obviously you'll be with us a little bit longer this morning, because then we can look into really what would happen at a presidential level to kind of undo a lot of the knots that we see currently. But we'll look into that in a few minutes. But for now, recommendations according to that report, because looking through the report, one of the words that was used in the report quite often was systemic. It showed up all the time through the report. So in order to remove a systemic thing, it sounds like an overhaul that needs to happen. And across the service, is there, number one, kind of like, piggyback on Dennis's question, is there an understanding of the Constitution? In this service, is a constitutional approach taken to doing its work? Many would argue that there isn't. We've seen a man shot point blank, died just a few days ago. We've seen another man who died within a small cell, who was murdered. Both of these men murdered.
Yes.
In a police cell. We have seen another story when a young police officer shot his OCS, or rather killed his OCS in the police station. There are cases without number. That's just amongst themselves. Now, when it comes with an outward approach towards citizens who should feel protected by the police, you should be able to go to the police and say, this is an issue, how can you help me? But now we are seeing that those degrees are getting further and further away from each other. So the recommendations in the report are fantastic. I've read the report page to page.
Yes.
But how can these recommendations actually be put in practice, established?
Thank you very much. Given the opportunity, as I said, we will start with training. First of all, recruitment on merit, come to training. and then looking at the Constitution and the law, the Police Service Act, you train and provide, facilitate them, and after that, now you demand accountability. Without that training, so that you change the mind frame, change the mind of the police from a police force to a police service, so that they understand that they are supposed to, the wananchi are the employers, and they are supposed to work with them. When you have seen demonstrations and picketing in other countries, what do you see the police with? Batons and shields. In fact, they are moving. Here, it is first of all, the first thing you see are tear gases, and then you use of force. You have talked about shooting. Total disregard to human life. When you shoot to somebody, even if it is you are shooting with a rubber bullet, but you are at point blank. The police are supposed to understand that what that is likely to cause, the kind of injury it is likely to cause. The police have got to understand that the use of a firearm, for example, is regulated under the Act, and very, very strange conditions are put there before you can use it. What we see is terrible misuse and abuse. And why is this coming from? Listen to the politicians. Listen to what they are saying, what they are being told. If somebody comes, shoot. Those are the kind of reckless statements that are being made without thinking about the effect it will have on the minds of the police officers themselves and then to the public. So, given an opportunity, we will have the police retrained and facilitated to know that they are serving the people. They are not supposed to control them, just to control them, but to serve them.
David Maraga is the 14th Chief Justice of Kenya, and he's here with us this morning. We're going to now go into the next hour when we talk about, okay, so you want to be president, Justice Maraga. It's a tall order, isn't it? And there's a lot to be done. We'll look into what he thinks is necessary and how he's going to go about it. It's 9:01. The Situation Room continues after this.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. An advocate of the High Court says the Public Order Amendment Bill 2025 proposed by Nairobi Woman Rep Esther Passaris would suppress dissent if implemented. Dr. Martin Olo told SpiceFM that the government should address the issues raised by agencies instead of making laws to regulate public protests.
What we are preparing ourselves for is repression. So we want more law to enable us to oppress, to suppress. We just need a conversation with Kenyans. Remember, what people are demonstrating about are issues. Why don't we address the issues? And then we do not have a law to protect ourselves from some of these things. So, yes, and we are borrowing them, and our intentions are what I said. What is the mischief here? It's simple to make it impossible for any Kenyan to exercise their rights.
This comes a day after members of the National Assembly Security Committee welcomed the new legislative proposal. The bill proposes, among other things, banning protests near Parliament, State House, courts and other designated areas. Former Chief Justice David Maraga has defended himself after he was criticized for participating in the June the 25th protest, in which at least 16 people died. It comes days after National Assembly Deputy Speaker Gladys Sholei criticized Maraga, accusing him of fueling unrest during the protest while benefiting from taxpayer-funded retirement parks. Maraga told SpiceFM that the families of young people who died during last year's Gen Z-led anti-finance bill protests had a valid reason to take to the streets.
These people have a cause. They have lost their loved ones. And I felt sympathetic and I said, look, this is a cause I wanted to identify myself with. First of all, to go in solidarity with those families. And secondly, a broad view should be taken of that much. What are they telling the nation? This should not happen to anybody else. That time, it is those victims who suffered. It could be you tomorrow.
Maraga also defended his calls for the dissolution of parliament in 2020 over its failure to enact a law on gender balance.
That was necessary so that the parliamentarians would see how serious that provision was. They failed. I had eight petitions. I served them on Parliament. I served them on the Executive, the Attorney General. They made submissions, written submissions. I considered them. I didn't find any good reason why they had not enacted the legislation. So I made the recommendation as I was required by the Constitution.
In Trans Nzoia County, police have intensified a crackdown on illicit brew. County Police Commander Paul Wambugu has instructed the police to arrest illegal liquor dealers in the county.
We have been having challenges in ensuring that within our area we have been able to crack illicit brews, Buzaz, Changa, and I have directed my commanders on the ground. We are going to handle that case seriously, and they should be on the lead. All the OCSs with their GAO teams, they have actually embarked on total crackdown of those perpetrators, and we are not going to stop until we are double sure that those dens are destroyed, perpetrators are arrested, and arraigned before court. The fight is on.
US President Donald Trump has threatened to impose a 30% or 35% tariff on Japan if a deal between the two countries is not reached before a deadline next week. That would be well above the 24% tariff Japan was hit with as part of Trump's so-called Liberation Day on April 2nd, when he announced steep import duties on countries around the world. The tariffs on most trading partners were later lowered to 10% for 90 days to give them time to negotiate deals with Washington. That pause is due to expire on Wednesday next week, and Trump has said he's not thinking of extending the deadline. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
All right, so what are we looking at a few minutes after 9 o'clock? That traffic is not as crazy as it was earlier. We are slowly creeping out of traffic hour, but there's still a little bit of that left on the thicker superhighway as you come into the city. And just now at around Survey going towards the Pangani underpass, it's also reduced significantly coming off of Kiambu Road, but we'll watch that as it comes through towards the Muthaiga Square. Also, some traffic still on Waiyaki Way coming through towards the city, Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley, and also Limuru Road still very busy. Uhuru Highway takes on some traffic from Mombasa Road, and Langata Road is an absolute mess this morning, even after this time. Crazy through towards the Uhuru Gardens interchange, and then finding your way through towards Raila Odinga Way on one side, and then through towards Uhuru Highway on the other. So we're going to watch out for that. Also coming off of Eastern Bypass, just a little bit of that touching on North Airport Road. So we'll talk. We'll keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
On the second day of July, it is 7 minutes after 9. This is the Situation Room, and we continue our conversation this morning with Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, and talking about certain things that we've seen in the country and how you'd interpret that, and tying that in from your tenure as Chief Justice, and looking at some certain things as concerns the rule of law, constitutionalism, and then tying that up then with reforms, work that you did, that you were assigned to do, and intertwining that with the current situation in the country. And now we are living in a time whereby you've said, you know what, I want to be president of the country. And even before we go into what you would do about what, I guess the first question would be, why do you want to be president of Kenya?
Thank you very much. I'm a Kenyan, like all of us here.
Well,
we know what is happening. We know what we are seeing. What we are seeing is that the country is sliding into anarchy and complete complete disorder.
because I've already talked about constitutionalism and disregard for the rule of law. In fact, I thought about this and I said, look, what are we leaving behind? Quite a number of people have asked me, look, why are you coming to politics at this age? I got concerned and I said, look, if we all keep away and say this is not for us, we might have no country. We might have no country when we are not there for our children and the grandchildren. And that is the concern of quite a number of people. So I thought about it. I was asked by friends. I thought about it myself. It's something I was thinking about. It's not that they came and woke me up. And I said, look, let me also come and play my part. And I looked and I said, look, let me play my part. If I can be elected president, I want to restore the country back to order, as we have already said. Restore the Kenyans the dignity they have lost as Kenyans. Healthcare is in shambles. Look at it. Healthcare is in shambles. They are changing from NHIF to SHA and SHE. That is something that we should have been planned meticulously, so that the service delivery is not hampered. If anything, it should be enhanced. I mean, I don't have to go into the details how people are suffering in healthcare. Education for our children. If we don't restore order and redirect the resources to where they are supposed to be used, we are going to have a problem. I don't know about you. If it were not for government facilitation, I would not be what I am. Because I would not have been able to go, my family would not have been able to pay for my education. And there are millions of Kenyans, brilliant young people, who, unless they are assisted, they will not have education. What does that mean? Their dignity is completely ruined. They don't have anything to live for. So I thought about that and I said, let me come and given that opportunity, I would want to restore that dignity, get education on its right footing, and healthcare. Move on to rebuild the economy. In fact, I have three main areas. Of course, the others will be like details. Reset the country into constitutionalism. Restore human dignity, and make everybody feel that he's a Kenyan and he matters. And then rebuild the economy. Provide an investment environment for the business people to do their work. You know as I do that the government can't provide all the opportunities for employment. In fact, the government provides very a small percentage of employment. You are here in the private sector. What does the government need to do to facilitate the private sector to operate optimally? You need to facilitate. In fact, the government should go to the private sector and ask them, look, what do you want us to do for you? So that you can operate optimally, create jobs for the young people, and prosper so that we have taxes. In fact, when the economy is rebuilt, you will not only have more money, but you will provide employment for our people. You wanted to ask him?
Yeah, CJ, you've mentioned the three areas that you are looking into, and I will task you on two. Let's talk about constitutionalism. If you talk about constitutionalism and you look at the Constitution of Kenya 2010, one thing that has failed is the implementation of the document to the core. You talk about the police reforms that have been there, the Kavuludi Commission, and the subsequent implementation of the same. It has not happened, including the report that you gave. It has not been implemented to the core. So what are your plans with regard to full implementation of the constitution? Number two, there is the aspect of the fixing the economy, and one of the problems that the country faces today is debt. We had a conversation here around odious debt. What would be your first item with regard to the debt the country goes into and ensuring that justice is given to Kenyans, because some of the money that was taken ended into people's pockets? How would you canvass that?
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, we are where we are because of mismanagement of the resources. Mismanagement of the resources. If you were to get the details about budgeted corruption, you will be shocked at what is happening. Quite a number of things. When the government finds that money has been taken and it doesn't have money to fund operations, it goes into borrowing, and that now has gone has gone completely out of what is expected. What are we paying? It's like 69 to 70 shillings per 100.
Seems about 70 years.
Yes, to debt, national debt. Given an opportunity, the first thing I will do is to look to audit the national debt. What was this borrowing meant to achieve? How was it utilized? I will empower EACC. You know, that's if it is misused, that's an economic crime. I will empower EACC to do its work and punish those who misused public funds and went borrowing money and using it for in fact, you know, like public debt, especially when you are borrowing from out of the country, from other jurisdictions, from other countries, or from institutions which are out of the country. It is structured in such a way that you are supposed to use that money for that particular purpose. You are not supposed to divert it. But we know what happens with the Eurobond. The money was borrowed and it was not used for the purposes it was used. So we will empower EACC to trace where that money went and punish those people and recover that money.
I want to go back
what you're doing.
Go ahead.
Just
please.
one thing.
Sure,
What the borrowing has done. You know, people talk about the late Kibaki as having done a lot to improve the economy. One of the first things Kibaki did was to stop borrowing. Government to stop borrowing immediately. What does that mean? What that means is that the banks went into the streets looking for everybody to go and borrow. With that, they reduced interest. Today, interest is at what level? 17%? What are you going to do to repay a loan at 17%?
Sure.
And make a profit? So what Kibaki did was to stop borrowing. I have a team of economists, and I'm humbled to have quite a number of experts in various areas. I have a team of experts who are working on that so that we rebuild the economy. Get change the economic environment for farms to operate. Now you know it as I do that quite a number of farms are closing down and moving to other countries, and you know what that means. When a farm closes down, jobs are lost, and life is affected. You are here working alone. If I asked you, you will tell me you have 10, 20 people behind you, depending upon you. And you know that is like the vicious circle we are having. So we wanted to rebuild the economy, reform agriculture, and provide an investment environment that will enable us to prosper.
Indeed. You mentioned education and health as two, and I just think about it, and it seems that those are areas that have taken a big hit recently. We have, I mean, it's been so long that a lot of people forget that UHC workers are on strike. They've been on strike. They've not been to work because they're asking for basic things to then be done for them. We have seen the defunding of education. And it looks, for all intents and purposes, that the CS has said, look, if I can't find a place to get this money from, I'm going to have to go back to parents and say pay school fees. Are we going to re-envision a time whereby free education, which for all intents and purposes is not entirely free, that it might actually go out the door? So the question is, in terms of practicality, what could be done to sort out these issues? A lot of money has gone towards projects like the housing projects, for which the number of Kenyans who we were told would get houses, it pales in comparison to that number. Do we say defund those things which are not of direct benefit to Kenyans right now and put it in education? Defund projects whereby we've not seen outcomes and put it in projects where there are people waiting for certain things to happen, such as health. There are people sitting in hospital waiting. We saw a story this morning of a young woman who's been told, look, you wait for this thing to get worse or you pay cash today. That's the reality of the situation. So what practical things would we actually see happening?
Yes.
Or could we imagine that could happen?
Thank you. Thank you very much. A lot of money, as I've said, is looted. There is a lot of wastage. How many advisors were we told the president has?
Well, and counting.
20 plus. And you know, each one of them, to keep him, you are talking about 2 million shillings. His salary is I mean, the cars they are given, the security, it works to about 2 million shillings. And yet, the president doesn't need all those. What are the CSS doing? What are the PSS by their job descriptions? Those are the people who are supposed to assist the president. If the president requires extra advisors, they would be hardly more than 5. More than the 5, because the CSS and the PSS should be doing their work. So we are wasting a lot of funding that should be redirected. You have talked about education and health. Prioritize your the affairs. There are things which can't wait. Education can't wait. Health can't wait. When somebody is sick, you can't tell him, okay, you wait until tomorrow. Then we will see what to do for you. So it is that mismanagement and wastage. We will deal with that so that we get the country back the way it is supposed to be. Yes.
I have a question about IEBC. The president gazetted the names of IEBC. There is a court case stopping the swearing in of the new poll officials. Do you trust the current IEBC as has been constituted, one? And two, for those who argue, yes, you're running for president, but are you a project of President William Ruto getting into this race?
Okay. Let's start with the project issue. Some people asked me about, in fact, these days I'm not being asked about it a lot as when I started. Some people said because I was chair of the task force, now I am been set up to be a project. And I have refused to answer that question. What I have said, watch the space. You will make up your own decision whether or not I am a project of President Ruto. Because if I tell you no, you will say, look, did I expect you to say yes? Or something like that. Watch the space and see whether, and I'm asking even all the Kenyans, watch this space and see whether or not I'm a project of President Ruto.
About IBC?
IBC, you know, we are where we are because of things not being done right. Things are not being done right, and that's what you know. The recommendations that have come, including the one from Krila, was that the IBC it should be in place more than 2 years before the elections. Why? Because IBC is a critical institution when it comes to elections. It is the one which manages. There's a lot of civic education that has to be done. There is a lot to be done, and it has to be prepared. Now, when you go to recruitment of the IBC commissioners, I don't want to go into details because the matter is in court. But we have seen in the media that some people got their names got into the lists when they were not there from the beginning, and that is being done deliberately. In fact, you can even say it is being done deliberately so that the reconstitution of IBC is delayed. When it is now reconstituted at the time, very, very close to elections, it will be running helter-skelter to put things in order. So, let's not go into a lot of details, but it tells you a lot about those who are managing that. This IBC should have been put in place more than a year ago, and it should now be operating and planning on how to run the election.
CJ, let's just zoom out from Kenya for a second. You went to Tanzania for Tundu Lissu's case, which many called a pan-Africanist statement, perhaps. In Uganda, the president said civilians can be tried in a military court. In Tanzania, from your experience and what we saw from the likes of Martha Karua, Boniface Mwangi, and the other activists who had tried to get into Tanzania and all the drama around it, what does this signal to you? Because if you become president of Kenya, you will be working with other East African leaders. What's your reading of this high-handedness that we are seeing morphing within the region?
Thank you. The civic space is being constrained. And you know, what happens in Tanzania affects what happens in Kenya. What happens in Uganda affects what happens in Kenya, and vice versa. We are a community here. In fact, some of our people are across. You get communities, ethnic communities that are in both countries. So my going to Tanzania was in solidarity with the Tundu Lissu, so that the countries in our region can see that we are all concerned about the democratic space which is shrinking, and good governance requires that you have competitive elections. Like Tundu Lissu is right to contest is being denied, and that's why we went there. So in the region, I will be working with other leaders. We want, me as a person, I would want us to emphasize the fact that you can't control what your fellow president does. No. But what you do might influence, and influence him when you are doing what you are required to do and operating within the law. You send a message. So that's what drove me to Tanzania, and what is happening around, and you know, that's what has led to failed states. There are areas where we are supposed to assist. Our president is the chair. Is the chair of the of the East Africa? Yes.
Yeah. CJ, there is a matter that has been in the courts for a very long time, and one would want to pick your brains on that. There is the matter of NGCDF, there is NGAF, now there is the Senate Oversight Fund that is being put in place. And one would NGCDF, national government, there is NGAF, and now there is also a proposal to have the Senate Oversight Fund that would go into everybody to have some fund for doing something. And it has been said, if you look at the purposes of a member of parliament, that would be representation, oversight, and representation. They have no purpose having any fund for them to do their job. As president, what would be your position with regard to these funds being in place? Is it another avenue for wastage of public funds?
It's a very, very serious matter. The constitution framework is that the funding is to be dispersed at two levels, at the national level and at the county level. They talk about CDF, for example. Why do the MPs require CDF? It's for their re-election. If you wanted to do so, they want to use that so that they can endear themselves to the electorate and be re-elected. When we are supposed, if funding is being done properly, it is being done at the county level. The MPs in that county, the senators in that county, their views are supposed to be heard as to how the funds are supposed to be distributed. That's where they should be heard, so that there is uniformity. But now you are giving funds to individuals. When you give an MP 100 million shillings, go and look at what they're utilizing it for. Token bursaries. Token projects being done here. There was a time I was in some part of the country and I saw a building which has been put up actually for a police station by CDF funds. Look at that building. I have done some bit of building. Look at that building and you are told, look, this cost about 50 million to put up. When you look at it, it can't even cost 5 million. Yeah? So that's wastage. You are actually giving the MPs money to go and campaign. Let us follow the constitution. Let the funding be done at two levels as the constitution requires, and let everybody's voice be heard. So that is the way. That's the only way equity can be there for everybody.
Isn't that the crux of the matter, really? Then when it comes to actually, I mean, it's one of the first questions, that abiding by the rule of law. Because if we're all plugged into a system whereby our culture, whether it is mental culture, whether it's a social culture, is that we know that there are rules to be followed. Somehow, we are not plugged into that across board. And, it's been argued on many occasions that it is it's a cultural issue. Again, it came up in your report, systemic. The same systemic flaw you see seems to be the similar thread that runs through everything else. It's why you have 50 million shillings for a building, but it's a 5 million shilling building. It's why you have a road that cost 80 million shillings on paper, but then later we see that you spend 89. You spend 8 billion, for example. It's the thing where it has become acceptable for impunity to reign. And so the question is, how do you claw back on that? How do you, I don't even know, I'm about to make up a new word, uninject. How do you get to the place whereby the culture, you inject with a brand new culture, you declutter and inject a brand new, how do you do that? How do you claw back on the damage that has been done by this culturalized way of doing things? And for oftentimes, a leader is not looked at to bring about, to say, okay, let there be more money in the coffers, or let there be now infrastructure and economic development all over the place. But if we see that this adherence to the rule of law and this culture shift actually takes place, all these other things seem to just kind of fall in place.
Exactly.
How do you do that?
Thank you. How I would do that, and I have said it many times, I will face corruption head on. I will face corruption head on, and deal with the issue of budgeted corruption, so that you know that so much has been requested by this department for this. Have a mechanism of oversight. Have a mechanism, if it is road construction, have a mechanism of knowing whether or not the funding that has been given for that road construction has been properly utilized. We have seen roads constructed and hardly a year later It is all potholes. And you ask, was there any need even of starting to put up a tarmac road? So, I mean, the utilization of funding, of the funding that is there, is something that we should seriously look into that. And that's why I said, restore the dignity by dealing with corruption. We are not one of the richest countries, but comparatively, Kenya is doing very well. Kenya is doing very well. If we control corruption and rebuild our economy, and we have all the means to rebuild our economy. We have a very educated population. We have, Kenya has among the best experts on IT and other areas. In fact, you need to travel to other places and you will find Kenyans in very many countries. Use that. Get the country to industrialize. We are strategically placed. That if we get our act together and restore the industrialization which had started, Kenya was an economic power in East Africa. I don't know whether it is anymore. I don't know whether it is anymore. We were being looked upon, looked to by our neighbors. I don't know whether that is there anymore. If anything, we are sliding.
Yeah, CJ, there is the aspect of, if you look at the reason why the Gen Zs went to the streets last year, it was because of the taxation regime that had been put in place. And several scholars have said you can never tax your people into prosperity. In terms of your government and the tax regime that you would be put in place, how would that be? Because at the end of the day, the government needs taxes for operations. So how would that be?
Yes. As I said, we will audit the debt. And when it comes to taxation, I told you have a team working on that. In fact, there are some people working on taxation. There is no government which doesn't levy tax. Taxes in other countries, and like if you go to the Scandinavian countries, the tax is I'm told some goes as high as almost 60. But those people are not complaining. Why? Because everything is provided for. So what it means is that what we want is we want to come with a reasonable tax regime. A reasonable tax regime that the Kenyans will say, will know. You and I will tell everybody that, look, the government needs money. And we think this is reasonable given the services they are offering. What the taxation that has been imposed on us, and when you look at what is that achieving, look at the housing. Look at the housing. Yeah, the argument is that you need people to be given decent housing to live, which is a good idea. Could we have done it through the private sector? Could we have? Because that would also, spur the economy. The private sector, if properly structured, it will deal with that. Now, and it's coming when they are quite, especially the employed Kenyans. Some of them are taken loans to mortgages to build houses for themselves. The kind of housing that is being provided for is not the kind of housing they would want themselves. They are not given the freedom. They are not given the freedom of choice. And the way it is being done, and the taxation allegedly for housing, we are being told now it is being diverted and being used for other resources. We were told it is even building stadiums. It is going to do that. Is that the way you go about that? The tax regime should be looked at holistically and ensure that you don't overtax. As you have said, you cannot tax your people into prosperity. You don't overtax. and make sure that you get a reasonable tax regime.
CJ, last year, President Ruto, the protest that led to him now dissolving his cabinet, one of the things he said is he's going to, among other things, austerity measures. And I'm listening to you, and your presidency seems to be pegged on, like you said, constitutionalism and order and the rule of law.
And restoring dignity.
Yes, human dignity.
Rebuilding the economy.
Yes. Okay. On rebuilding economy, I'm curious to know how your government will look like, because when you talk about the economy, one of the things that has always been an issue in this country is the wage bill. We talk about bloated executive. We are talking about advisors. I'm curious to know how your government will look like and how you'll manage the wage bill. You've talked about managing debt. As president, how many cabinet secretaries will you have, for example? How are you going to manage and cut the excesses within government?
An ideal size of the cabinet, if my recollection is right, is about 14 to 20 CSS. Consolidate some of those functions. Consolidate some of the functions so that you don't have a cabinet secretary in charge of culture and another one in charge of sports. When you can amalgamate quite a number of those. We have parastatals whose functions are overlapping. And they, I mean, if anything, they are drained to the public resources and with very little service delivery. So it is a question of restructuring the government in such a way that you reduce the wage bill. We have had, talk of even ghost workers. Looking into all that and ensure that
other alternative,
you done is work in progress. There are people who have talked and said we can work together. What I'm doing at the moment, my main focus is to get my vision completely clearly set out. Then, when I have got my vision, I will now, as I talk to other people, I'll say, okay, you want us to work together? These are the parameters.
Okay.
For me, these are the parameters. Can we work together on this? We want to reset the country to constitutionalism.
Okay.
We want to restore dignity to the Kenyan people. We want to rebuild our economy and restore the dignity and the independence of the institutions. If you are ready for us to work on that, please come.
Are those your bare minimums for the people you'd want to work with?
Yes. Yes, I would want, after all, it would not make sense for me to go into politics if I'm not going to render service to the Kenyans.
Would you stop borrowing? It's one of the issues that we see today.
I don't want to stop borrowing. It's one area I will look at critically and reduce borrowing as much as I can.
Okay.
So that the money, there is money in the economy. Yeah.
All right.
Borrowing, as they say, if you are in a hole, don't continue digging. Find a way of getting out of that. Yes.
Okay.
CJ, you see, when you talk about governments over time, it is government that are put in place by the people.
Yes.
But you realize when it comes to government running its affairs, it now becomes it is the people against the government. How would you change the face of the government such that it is government and the people working together to push the country forward?
Public participation. Listen to the people. And by the way, you might think that your grandmother in the village has no idea. she will tell you, and I have done some tasks I've done require public participation. And when you go to the people, to the grassroots, when you get the ideas, they will tell you you'll be amazed. They understand what is required.
Okay.
So I mean, involve the public. After all, you are serving the public. You are not serving yourself. It's like I mean, we are in a system. The systems that we have now are extractive. What some political scientists have called extractive. You go there to enrich yourself. You go there to loot and amass wealth, when it is supposed to be the other way around. As government officials, as a government, those who are in government are supposed to act like trustees. The resources placed in your hands are not for your own benefit.
Yeah.
They are for the benefit of the Kenyans, and you have to manage them in such a way that they give service and the benefit to Kenyans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kenya is in agreements with a number of entities. These are some economic entities. Of course, the tinge of politics is not far removed. Whether we look at sectors of energy, entering into contracts for years, where a lot of money then is paid. I think a lot of the money that is being paid now in terms of debt for things that never really were engaged.
Yes.
The contractual terms and the interest on some of these is what Kenya has started to pay so far. There are power purchase agreements, for example, that are in time for decades. And that whether you use the power or not, for example, you're still going to have to pay for it. Those are some of the things that we're talking about. Some of these lease agreements that the country is in that actually gobbles up quite a lot of money is one of the stumbling blocks towards realizing some kind of economic independence for Kenya. What would you do with things like that?
I mean, when you get to power, those are among the things you look at first before you enter into the contract. What are the terms of this contract? How are you going what role are you going to play? If you are getting into a contract where the contractor has an upper hand, for example, that you should think very, very carefully. You have talked about the wastage and looting is done through those contracts. Procurement, the procurement processes are skewed to enrich, or to enrich those who are in power and control. So the contracts themselves that you enter into, the clauses of that contract must be examined very, very, very critically. For example, there's one contract I saw. It involves a multinational from Britain, for example, and you are told that in case of a dispute arising between the government of Kenya and that contractor, the arbitration has to be done in London. If it is Chinese, it has got to be done in Beijing. In Beijing, and you know, I mean, all that. What is that? You know, it is skewed. Yeah, you are not playing at the same level. The contract is skewed to benefit those multinationals. Those are among the things that our lawyers, the Attorney General's office, has to scrutinize carefully. Are we getting value for our money? So that you don't enter into those contracts. And they come, you know, with a financial package. They're the ones giving the finances, and they are telling you, okay, we will give you money. This is what we are going to do. You have to be careful about that and see whether or not the Kenyans get value for money.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things that is a matter of concern is the sheer volume of work that has to be done to fix anything. Anything. If a house has collapsed, for example, and you think, okay, here under this rubble, we start to clear away the rubble before you get to the problem. If there's a crack in the wall, in any house, you have to say, okay, well, what do we have to clear to get to the crack to fix that, or do we have to remove the whole thing and start from the beginning? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of manpower. It's a lot of expertise and resources that are required to fix any mess. Now, when we look at a nation whereby there are things that have gone wrong, we admit that there are some things that are going right. That's true. But when you look at the things that you must undo to get to the place where you'll be saying, okay, finally, at least you can stand, it is a lot of work. And there's going to be a lot on the plate of anybody who takes on the reins. Even today, there's a lot on the plate of the president. There's a lot to do. And it may look as though anybody says, well, I want to and I can handle it. Do you take into consideration the sheer volume of work that has to be done to stabilize things before you even start to look at growth progression? Stability before then saying, okay, let's start to do you take into consideration how much work actually has to be done?
Exactly. That we are working on. There are areas where you are going to require more manpower. Yeah, more manpower to be able to manage the workload. And there are others where you actually don't need to increase the numbers. It is a question of the working culture. There are people, there are people who do the bare minimum. You're given an assignment. What is supposed to take a day, you're doing it for a week. Those are among the things that you are going to look at. You don't have to because if you are managing the wage bill, you must look at the numbers that you are going to engage, and how you can optimally engage that. So that all that is being thought out, and we want to ensure that we have a reasonable workforce. We have a reasonable and a workforce that is recruited to do what it is recruited to do. We have quite a number of people, incompetent people who are given positions. They don't even know what to do. That's why I told you quite a number of institutions have been rendered almost useless because of the employment policy that has been used. You get people who are your cronies into positions they are totally incapable of performing. What I will do to restore the institutions is to ensure that the right people are given the right positions, competent people, and we don't lack them. We have very many qualified Kenyans who will fit into all these places. Give them an opportunity and demand accountability. Demand results from them when you have given them.
Well, TJ, you are on the streets, standing with the mothers who lost their sons and daughters during the protests for last year. And among the things that the protesters were agitating for was Ruto must go. There were calls of one term. President later came out and said, whether you're saying one term, two term, doesn't matter. But then he asked, how do you want me to go? Feels like there is a sense that 2027 is far. And what he was also asking is, how do you want me to go? There is that agitation that he needs to go. Where do you stand with that? And which way or which path do you think he will need them to follow if Kenyans can't wait for 2027?
Thank you. Those I have had those demands. It's as a result of the frustration that the Kenyans find themselves in. With those calls, Ruto must go. Actually, the president should go on a retreat on his own and think about the Kenyans he's serving. Is he serving those Kenyans? If they are actually abusing him left, right, and center, they have no respect for him. He's asking, how should I go? That's why I said, go on a retreat even for a week and think and reflect. And if you come to the conclusion that the Kenyans don't want you, resign. You resign and dissolve resign and let there be election so that Kenyans can get the person who should be there. Short of that, there is no any other way other than to go through elections. But because this issue of Ruto must go now, is because of the frustration and the harm the regime has done to the people of Kenya. The frustration and the pain it has caused to the people of Kenya. When you get mothers, you said the mothers I was marching with, you tell her to wait until some other time for her pain to go. You're increasing the pain. When those people have been offended, they have been injured, the government is supposed to be sympathetic. They have not shown any feelings for those people. Instead, if anything, it's worsening. How many people have we been told? We have been told about 19. Is 19 or 20 people who have already died?
19 is the number, counting.
Yes.
There's a 14-year-old
yes.
who's just died from the bullet wounds.
Yes. And you know, all that is being blamed. All that is being blamed on those marches and the families of those people. Have you heard anybody, any government official talking about the wounds we saw on media with rungus? And you see those Jembe sticks.
Yeah.
All of them new. You can even tell that they have been sourced from one point, and they are besides they are being escorted by the police. Nobody's talking about that. And you remember I made a statement and I said that, look, the moment the government gets wounds, enlists wounds, we are sliding into anarchy. It's not because we don't have enough policemen. We have sent some to Haiti. It's not that we don't have enough. It is simply because even some of those policemen who are sent there to control, if you talk to some of them, they will tell you that they are being given mixed signals.
Is there any politician within the current space that we have that you can endorse or say they represent your leadership style, or you feel they represent your vision? Is there any that you can mention by name?
I don't want to mention by name, just in case anybody feels that I am being discriminative or what. That we will emerge in due course when we as we go on. That will emerge in due course. And there are quite a number of Kenyans. There are quite a number of Kenyans who want to work with us to rebuild this economy. Whenever I go and I meet people, they say, look, CJ, we are behind you. If what you are saying is what you are going to do, I mean, we are behind you. We are going to work with you. I mean, that tells you that the Kenyans want a change. The Kenyans want a fundamental change. They don't want cosmetic changes. They want us to go back to where the Constitution requires us to be.
All right. CJ, the government that you will be forming, you've talked about a lot of reforms that need to place, a lot of constitutionalism and rule of law that needs to happen. That would mean independent bodies to work, talk about the legislature, executive and the judiciary to all work together. Would you be calling for reforms in these institutions and for accountability for wrongs done in the past? Because at the end of the day, everybody has to pay for their sins.
That is number one thing we are going to do. I have said we are going to do an audit of the odious debt. We want to recover, and we will use the institutions we want to recover. We will go by the law. We will go by the law and say, look, this is what you have done. Whatever you took, you must pay back to the Kenyans. So you talked about the politicians. The politicians who will have the same, or is it Okari who said that, who are having the same values. I have quite a number of people. I have quite a number, especially the young people. who are saying, look, we also want to be given a chance to play our part. One of the things that I'm going to, our campaign, as I've said, is value centered. We are not going to give handouts to anybody. And I've told, I've met some young people wherever, like when I go to a supermarket, I come out and I say, mzee, sasa tuko na njaa.
Tuacheka kitu.
I tell them, no, that is not the kind of campaign I'm going to run. We are not going to run a campaign where we are going to dish out money. First of all, I don't have money. And at an appropriate time, I'm going to appeal to Kenyans. And I'm appealing to you through this, all of you three here, to assist us financially. By getting money from Wanjiku, I will be obliged to give her back the service she paid for, the service she wants, she requires to be given, so that I am not going to be controlled by anybody. The funding we are going to raise, and the Kenyans have promised me they are going to raise that, the funding is going for operations, for logistics, and we run. In case we get excess, I can assure you we are going to give it back to a public cause. To start our own accountability, we give it back to a public cause. My government will emphasize on those in government not enriching themselves. Yes, and for us to get the youths to play their role in government, we must change this the electoral process. The electoral process, the way it is being run. Somebody uses 10 million shillings. He comes in. The first thing he wants is to recoup that amount, and thereafter begin building a war chest. And you will have only those who have money to run for positions. How are the young people going to run for positions if they have not been given an opportunity? We want to have a level playground by stopping that. Campaign funding is going to be a critical area that we are going to look at. We have very many ladies who are not endowed with a lot of resources. They are not given an opportunity to play. You know, if you go into family life and why God created man and the woman, there are roles our ladies play that we can't. There are aspects our ladies bring to management and the leadership that men don't have, and vice versa. So that's why the gender balance is, that's why the Constitution demands for gender balance. So we want everybody feeling included in his government, feeling that he has a part to play, and allowing the young people to also come into leadership. We are in the world of technology.
Indeed.
We are in the world of technology, and this is where our young people are shining. When will they get an opportunity to use those skills that they have acquired, if we cannot set an environment where they are also considered?
A lot to consider. A lot of work to be done.
A lot of work to consider.
A lot of people to convince. And thank you for being here with this, with us, to have this conversation this morning, to talk about issues having gone, issues that we see currently, and what Kenyans' hopes are for the future. The 14th President of the Supreme Court, and as well as the 14th Chief Justice. Thank you for being here this morning, David Maraga.
Yes.
And as you continue in this, we wish you all the best, and we look forward to engaging with you about the things that matter in the future.
Can I say one last thing?
We can.
Thank you for this opportunity. I want to appeal to Kenyans. I want to work with the Kenyans. We are still listening to the people to get what exactly they want. And I want to tell you that the government I will have is a government of the people. I will want to work with people who want to deliver for Kenyans. And we are going to give the Kenyans an opportunity to have their affairs taken into account. To have their affairs into account. That's why I am talking about resetting the country to constitutionalism, restoring the dignity. You know, when a sick person goes to hospital and they can't, somebody requires dialysis and they can't get treated. You have removed the humanity in him. Get our security agencies working properly and rebuild our economy. The three pillars. The others will be details, and I'm sure the Kenyans will be happy. I have a feeling that we have a lot of following. It's a question of ensuring that we are facilitated so that we can come up with a government which will work for the people. Thank you very much.
David Maraga, thank you so much for being here this morning, and thank you for being in Kenya's biggest conversation on the second day of July. The Situation Room joins you again tomorrow at 6 at 4 minutes past 10. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki is expected in Tana River County today as he scales up his empowerment campaign targeting small-scale traders across the country. Kindiki, who recently took his empowerment drives to the Ukambani region, will make his first stop in Gasen constituency. He'll later hold similar events in Galole and Bura constituencies. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority has shut down 8 petrol stations as the authority intensifies efforts to safeguard fuel quality. EPRA shut down the stations in Tharaka Nithi, Siaya, Bungoma, Busia and Machakos counties over non-compliance with fuel quality regulations after a nationwide crackdown. The authority cited the scale of adulterated fuel and the use of export-grade high-sulfur diesel in the local market as key violations. It has urged members of the public to report any suspected cases of fuel adulteration or export dumping. As Kenyans prepare to mark Saba Saba Day on Monday next week, human rights activists in Kisumu County have vowed to take to the streets to commemorate the 1990 protests for multi-party democracy and human rights. Led by Dick Orongo, they've emphasized the need for Kenyans to protest.
It's essential that we participate in Saba Saba, and I can urge all our members, all our citizens, active citizens within Kisumu, wakazi wa Kisumu, youth from around the region, and all over from the greater Nyanza region. This is a system that doesn't work for the common mwananchi. This is a system that needs to change. This is a system that must change because of us. And as they did it on Saba Saba, Kina Raila, Gitobu Imanyara, we are also coming out as the youth of this generation to fight for our rights. Even if we love peace, at what end? There is no peace with repression.
The activists have maintained that they'll take to the streets to pressure the government to address the issues raised by Gen Zs.
Dialogue is something that inaweza fanyika if someone is willing to listen. But this is a government that is not willing to listen. This is a government that's hell-bent on being repressive. And I think that's what we are seeing right now. If people can come out in their numbers and maybe they are being repressed by goons, ama governor leta mapolisi, and then they go out very openly saying that, ukiwaona we piga risasi, now wapi room ya dialogue hapo? When all CS can say, we ukiona watu we piga risasi hata usinini. Where is room for dialogue in that conversation?
In Nyeri County, this man told our reporter why he'll be taking to the streets.
Kama kutakuwa na maandamano mimi nitaandamana juu nimeona watoto wamekufa sana. So mimi naandamana juu ya ile judicial extra killing imekuwa juu sana. Tunaona mtu anapigwa risasi bure. So tunasema maandamano, mimi nasema kwangu maandamano itasaidia kuacha kama hiyo mambo ya extra judicial killing itaisha.
This comes a day after the National Alternative Alliance expressed concerns over the incapacity of the current security chiefs to manage peaceful demonstrations, saying the public has lost trust in them. The umbrella body hosting 19 political outfits urged President William Ruto to sack Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen and top security chiefs to ease public anger. Doctors at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital have successfully performed Kenya's first ever renal artery renal artery bypass surgery led by Dr. Stephen Tako. The cardiothoracic and vascular surgery team operated on a 20-year-old female patient who was diagnosed with renal vascular hypertension. The condition is a type of high blood pressure which occurs when one's kidneys are not receiving enough blood. The surgery involved grafting the patient's blood vessel to bypass the blocked renal artery, restoring normal blood flow to her kidneys. Qantas is contacting customers after a cyber attack targeted their third-party customer service platform. On Monday, the Australian airline detected unusual activity on a platform used by its contact center to restore the data of 6 million people, including names, email addresses, phone numbers, birth dates, and frequent flyer numbers. Upon detection of the breach, the airline took immediate steps and contained the system, according to a statement. The company is still investigating the full extent of the breach, but says it's expecting the proportion of data stolen to be significant. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
Spice FM. Nieri. More of the classics and the hits you love. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4 Spice FM.
Pull it up, cuff it up. Back to the music.
Yo quiero bailar contigo. Yo quiero romper contigo. Yo quiero bailar contigo. Yo quiero romper. Oye, la mía no me daña en el vibe. Se fue la señal, no le tengo reply. Pon la mano en el sky. Súbela high, high, high. Go. Estamos perreando en el party. Tú sabes quién es tu daddy. Aquí le llega everybody. Legales también ilegales. Como tú nadie baila. No pare, pare, pare. Síguelo hasta mañana. No pare, pare, pare. Aquí todo el mundo se liquidó. Acabando con el líquido. Soy callado pero no tímido. Esta fiesta la hacemos los dos. Yo quiero bailar contigo. Yo quiero romper contigo. Yo quiero bailar contigo. Yo quiero romper.
DJ, turn it up. This hit is my song. Baby, let's burn it up. I wanna party all night long. I've been working so hard, it's time for dirty bit. The weekend's here, let's go out, get lit, and start some shit and set the roof on fire. Let's party, party, party. Baby, tú y yo bailamos como rock that body. Go!
Baby, that's how we roll. We gon' loco out of control. Light up the fuse, make it explode. Shake that rapido. Come on, let go. Yo quiero bailar contigo. Yo quiero romper contigo. Yo quiero bailar contigo. Yo quiero romper.
Yo quiero bailar contigo. Tú puedes perrear conmigo. Dale duro, suavecito, slow motion, despacito.
Yo quiero romper.
Dime que es lo que quieres. I do not care about other mujeres. My mind is on it, you know where my head is. I like to move it, me gusta mover. I like when you're screaming and saying, joder. You got my corazón beating, and the beat don't stop. Now it's time to set the roof on fire. Let's party, party, party. Baby, tú y yo bailamos como rock that body.
Go! Baby, that's how we roll. We gon' loco out of control. Light up the
greatest hits live here. Spice FM.